overhaul them. By removing harmful substances, detoxification can enhance metabolic function, boost energy levels, and improve skin clarity. As we should know that looking good and feeling good is the human internal domain that manifests itself on the outside surface. It is entirely possible to be biologically younger than your chronological age. Keep your body in good repair, and your biological age will stay significantly lower than your chronological age. That's the key to a long, vibrant, disease-free life. What is aging? Health is the balanced state of body, mind, emotion, and fundamental energy, spirit-like life forces. The human body is made of two major dimensions: the physical body, biochemistry, and the non-physical energy body. Aging or degeneration occurs only when the human body is dynamically misturned at the cellular level. Healing or regeneration occurs only when the body is dynamically turned and balanced at the cellular level. From Dr. Parsons' book, Quantum Anti-Aging, we know about trinity of disease, include cellular energy imbalance, cellular nutrient deficiency, and cellular toxicity. The human body is a tank of biochemical elements consisting of essential nutrients which must be replaced and replenished on a regular basis to help the bodily biological function to renew, to heal, and restore health all the time. The human body cannot make the essential nutrients on its own, therefore, they must be received through daily proper food and nutrition. Minerals are the glue in the DNA. Degeneration, aging, and regeneration healing always start at the cellular level. Genes and DNA chromosomes, which have been given to you by are with your unique genetic information. DNA are extremely long macromolecular, which is the main component of chromosomes and is the material that transfers genetic characteristics in all life forms. Aging is the result of cellular nutritional deficiency, cellular intoxication, and cellular energy imbalance throughout the body like a chronic disease. Aging on the surface of the body is the manifestation of internal cellular degeneration. For example, wrinkles on the skin are the manifestation of internal shrinking caused by the bone loss, muscle atrophy, and loss of strength and elasticity of the connective tissue due to the main three underlying causes. Diet affects pH, which in turn goes a long way towards controlling your health and the rate at which you age. Hormones are chemical messengers that regulate and coordinate all major metabolic, growth, and developmental activities of different populations of cells of an organism. Hormones in aging and longevity include glucocorticoids, mineral zinc, insulin, and insulin-like growth factor number 1 interplay in aging, hormones of hypothalamus in aging, thyroid hormones, growth hormones, GnRH, and ghrelin. Glucocorticoids regulate a cohort of physiological functions like intermediately metabolism, immune system, and influence development, growth, and aging. In human, glucocorticoid is cortisol. This is the aging hormones, the stress hormone. Hormones of hypothalamus in aging. The hypothalamus produces different hormones to regulate various endocrine glands in the body. Thyroid-releasing hormone, oxytocin, gonadotropin-releasing hormone, growth hormones-releasing hormone, antidiuretic hormones, vasopressin, corticotropin-releasing hormone, and somatostatin. Possible molecular causes of aging of the hypothalamus. Number 1, telomere shortening and regeneration. Number 2, DNA damage and oxidative stress, mitochondria defect, and autophagy and proteostasis impairment. Ghrelin. Ghrelin is a multifaceted gut hormone to increase food intake. Ghrelin is a hunger hormone. You can control deficiency and toxicity through the 6 pathways to health or disease, include nutrients, toxin, mental, physical, genetic, and medical. Nutrients deficiency also cause DNA damage. So we need to eat real food, fresh fruit, vegetables, nuts, seeds, fish, and white game. Low sugar, change your oil with healthy oil. Good protein, low salt, glutamate-free, GMO food-free, cooking for yourself with healthy food, organic food, water, fiber, fasting with intermittent fasting and supplements. For intermittent fasting, we use the 16 to 8 method, 2 period, 16-hour fasting period, and a specific 8-hour feeding period. Okay. The nutrient pathway in intermittent fasting, your fasting period is going to promote, number 1, lower insulin levels because there is no incoming food, lower blood sugar, the breakdown of fat for energy, increased level of HGH will help maintain muscle during the fat burning process, lower body fat percentage, slowly suppress ghrelin secretion. For supplements, we need coenzyme Q10. A coenzyme Q10 deficiency can lead to sluggish thinking and memory decline. People with a high level of coenzyme Q10 have been proven in studies to have better motor ability and higher mental agility and energy. And then zinc, magnesium, selenium protect the brain, antioxidant vitamin. For magnesium, telomerase is an enzyme that repairs telomeres, but telomerase synthesis is dependent on the amount of magnesium available. So a shortage of magnesium will result in telomere shortening and aging. This is antioxidant vitamin. And then for toxin pathway, we live in toxin planet, toxin people. Any substance can causes a cell to malfunction in a toxin. The liver has an unique ability to decline what is good for the body and what is bad for the body as it passes through, and when it comes across a toxin, it has the ability to turn a fat-soluble toxin into water-soluble waste. The liver is your major detoxification organ, the most important organ for clearing out toxins. Okay, in type 1, there are specific nutrients that are needed to be able to perform this action, like this, nutrient needed. And then For phase 2, we need this nutrient, and then everyone body has the innate ability to detoxify and eliminate, but due to the environment we live in and things we consume, it makes it very difficult to have a diet that has the necessary nutrients for true detoxification. For remove storage toxin, we can use sauna, fasting, enemas, vitamin C plus. For mental pathway, aging starts in the mind. The mind controls the body, and you control the mind. The physical pathway movement helps deliver nutrients and remove toxin waste products from cells. Physical movement is a necessity for a healthy life. Sleep. Insufficient sleep disrupts hormonal balance. Melatonin is another hormone affected by sleep. For genetic pathway, we control our genes. Our genes do not control us. The medical pathway. Any medical action, including health screening, has more or less an impact on health. So be wise in choosing all available medical procedures. For the skin anatomy aesthetic, skin aging can therefore be considered in terms of intrinsic aging processes common to cells throughout the body, the impact of chronic exposure to various environmental toxins, and what is termed photoaging, the effect of exposure to UV light. This is the layer of the skin, and then we start to detoxification and drainage. Detox therapy has been specifically created to provide good detoxification. Hormeosis. Hormeosis is the term for generally favorable biological responses to low exposures to toxin and other stressors. Xenobiotic. Xenobiotic is a word used in classic biology and the World Health Organization to indicate toxin compounds. Not all toxin compounds come from the environment, such as air and water pollution. As a function of dose and exposure duration, xenobiotics, also termed stressors, produce adverse responses in biomolecular, DNA, protein lipids, cells, tissues, organs, and the body. Toxin effects vary in nature, potency, target organ, and mechanism of action. Classification of toxin agents: endogenous toxin and exogenous toxin. Okay, this is the toxin, and the toxin can be defined into different categories based on their origin. Among others are enterotoxin, phytotoxin, zootoxin, phytotoxin, and mycotoxin. And then this homotoxicology. Homotoxicology was formulated by Heinrich Redkowitz, MD, in 1952. Homotoxin. Human toxin include all of those substances, chemical or biochemical, and non-material influences which can cause illness in humans. Dr. Rakowitz six table of disease evolution illustrates the chronological courses of various symptoms of disease within the structure of the ground regulation. Thus, three main phases of disease evolution depend on the location of homotoxin which can be located. Number one, within body fluids called humoral, within connective tissue called metaphase, within the cell of tissue called cellular phase. This is a six-phase table: extension, inflammation, deposition, impregnation, degeneration, the differentiation, like this. And then the therapy in homotoxicology is based on 6 pillars. Number one, detoxification and drainage. Number two, immunomodulation. Number three, cellular activation and organ regeneration. Drainage. Before beginning detoxification from heavy toxins, it is advisable to stimulate the liver, kidney, and the lymph system in order to achieve optimum drainage results. There are many ways to practice drainage, like nutrition and any other. They can be alternated in order not to lose efficiency. The different forms of drainage reviewed are nutritional, phytotherapy, herbal, chemotherapy, hemobotanical, homeopathic, and osteopathic lymph drainage. Let's see. This is our lymphatic circulation. Detoxification organs in the body consist of the liver for alchemic master, digestive organ for eliminator master, kidney for purifier master, skin for regulator master, lymphatic system for blood cleanser master, lungs for oxygenator master, and immune system for protector master. The principle of detoxification is to empower body cells to process inactive molecular into useful materials, and when they are no longer useful, they must be removed. General detoxification and prevention. Number one, procure a good source of water. Avoid air pollutants. Avoid commercialized food. Curtail the use of chemical sun-dried in the home. Improve your eating style, exercise, and bear on a basic supplementation program. This is the liver detoxification and gallbladder flush. This one kidney detoxification, lymph detoxification, intestinal cleanse program, and this is fit for senior for healthy aging. It's healthy, reduce stress, stay positive, stay connected, maintain your brain, have regular checkup, get enough sleep, and exercise regularly. Thank you for this time for me for a two presentation. My presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Melissa. What a great presentation. For the next speaker are Dr. Muhammad Herli Jainus is for anti-aging by homeopathic medicine. Okay, the time is yours, Dr. Herli.
Let me just have a quick point on Dr. Melissa.
Okay.
Yeah, it was such a wonderful presentation, Dr. Melissa. Dr. Melissa is our graduated, I think, in February. So the interesting part of her talk is the course that I teach, right? So a lot of it, reminding me that she already, it's great. She took the course. But the interesting part is that she's in integrative program and she did not take homeopathy, but she mentioned homotoxicology and homeopathic medicine. That it's fascinating to know when you're talking about toxins, then you have no choice to talk about homeopathy. It's is automatically bring you to the domain of homeopathy that does the job. So this is, even though she's graduated from integrative department by cosmetology and integrative, but again brought her into homotoxicology, how to deal with toxins and how we can help, because homotoxicology is a helper. So yeah, there are many times that you can do it through nutrition, lifestyle, and so many different epigenetics, as Dr. Kumar mentioned. But there are times that we need helpers to move the toxins out, and that homotoxicology comes to our rescue. So thank you, Dr. Melissa, for mentioning homotoxicology. Thank you. It was a great presentation.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Herli, the next. Are you ready, Dr. Herli? The time is yours, please.
Okay, Doctor. Can you see my presentation?
I love your presentation already because I went through your research, and I love that you chose Arsenicum album.
Thank you, bro. Yeah. In recent years, this will have a good design, Okay. Thank you for having me, everyone. We all dream of staying youthful and vibrant as long as possible. When we think of anti-aging, many of us imagine fancy creams, strict diets, or even high-tech therapies. But today, I want to introduce an approach that might not be the first thing that comes to mind: homeopathy. This is a system of medicine developed over 2 centuries by a German physician, Samuel Hahnemann, in the 18th century. Homeopathy is based on rather intriguing principle like cures life. In simple terms, it means a substance that can cause certain symptom in healthy person might, in very small dose, cure similar symptom in sick person. And when I say small dose, I mean really small. Homeopathy use highly diluted natural substance to gently stimulate the body's self-healing processes. Now, I know this sounds a bit counterintuitive, but how can less be more? This is the way. Homeopathy is like a coach whispering instruction to your body rather than a real surgeon shooting orders. Instead of directly overpowering of symptom, it nudges your body's own healing mechanism to take action. This gentle holistic approach is practiced worldwide as a form of complementary medicine. So, how can this help with something as universal as aging? Let's delve into that. But first, let's quickly recap the core ideas behind homeopathy. To understand how homeopathy might aid in anti-aging, it helps to know that its core principle. There are three main pillars that homeopathic practitioners live by. First, individualized treatment. Homeopathy is highly personalized. Every person is unique, and so are their aging challenges. Two people might both have a wrinkle or fatigue, but a homeopath could prescribe different remedies for each based on their overall physical and emotional state. It's like a tailor-made suit for your health. One size does not fit all in a homeopathy. Second, minimum dose. Tips in using the smallest effective dose. Remedies are diluted to infinite small amount. This might sound strange, but the idea is to minimize side effect and gently encourage the body to heal itself. It's a bit using gentle tap to get the clock pendulum back in rhythm rather than a hard push. Those are so small that often not a single molecule of the original substance remains, only essence or energy. Whether one is skeptical or not, this minimal approach is central to how homeopathy works. Third, holistic approach. Perhaps most importantly, homeopathy treats the mind and body as a whole. It doesn't just zoom in one symptom or one body part. If you go to a homeopath complaining of, say, premature gray hair and aging side, don't be surprised if they ask about your sleep, stress, digestion, or mood. Homeopathy considers that our mental and emotional well-being are tightly interwoven into our physical health. It's a comprehensive 36, 360-degree view of healing. Keep these principles in mind as we talk about aging. Homeopathy's holistic and individualist nature means that it aims to tackle aging in multiple fronts, not just the visible wrinkles. Understanding aging. Before we talk about anti-aging, let's understand what aging really is. Beyond, beyond just the candle increasing an birthday cake, aging is a natural biological process involving gradual change at the cellular levels. Our cells over time accumulate wear and tear. Think of your body as having trillions of tiny working units or cells that slowly lose efficiency. Some key factors inside our body contribute to this process of aging. Oxidative stress, hormonal change, and chronic stress in our system. This internal factor can lead to the visible sign of aging we are familiar with. Now, oxidative stress is basically cell damage caused by a free radical, highly reactive molecule we can think as a tiny spark inside us. That a spark can cause a fire in forest. Free radical can damage cell and DNA, leading to aging and diseases. Over the years, the oxidative damage piles up like a rust and an old car. Now we have hormonal imbalance. As we age, our hormone levels shift. For example, estrogen and progesterone decline in women during menopause, and testosterone can drop in men. These changes can affect everything from energy levels to skin elasticity. Finally, chronic stress plays a big role. When we are under long-term stress, our body releases stress hormone like cortisol that in excess can accelerate aging. It is how the prolonged stressful period make you look and feel older. It's not your imagination. In fact, chronic stress has been linked to shortening of telomeres, the protective gap in our DNA, essentially speeding up our cellular clock. So internally, aging is driven by this factor. This, the oxidative rise, the changing hormonal gears, and wear and tear of stress. Okay. What do these internal changes look like on the outside? Visible sign and changing include wrinkles and fine line on the skin, spot, graying or thinning hair, a decrease in muscle tone, reduced energy, and slower healing or recovery from injuries. You might notice your skin is firm that you don't bounce back after like late night like you used to. These outward signs are like reading or their report card of the internal changes happening within. They are a natural part of life. There's a certain beauty in the wisdom that comes with them. But understandably, we all like slow that process and stay healthy and vigorous as long as possible. The next factor accelerating aging. While aging is natural, there are factors that can act like pressing a fast forward button on this process. It's important to highlight this because they are the areas where we have some control. Major factors that accelerate aging include first, free radicals and oxidative stress. As I mentioned before, free radicals are troublemakers that can come from normal metabolism, but also from external source like pollution or smoking. When our body is antioxidant defense, think of this as our internal firefighter can keep up with all the free radicals, the sparks that make accumulates. This speeds of aging of skins, organs, and even the brain. Second, environmental toxin and pollution. The air we breathe, the water we drink, the chemical we come into contact with, all of these can introduce toxin into the body. Heavy metal, pesticide, or air pollution in big cities over years and decades, they take a toll. For example, long-term exposure to air pollution has been linked to skin aging and lung issues. SAF, our cells are swimming in a dirtier pool and have to work harder to stay clean. Third, poor diet and dehydration. We are what we eat. As in the last, a diet high in processed food, sugar, and unhealthy fat can accelerate aging. Why? Such diet are often low in the nutrient and antioxidant that protect our cell. If you're not getting enough vitamin and minerals, of your frequently dehydrated, not drinking enough water, your skin and body cell cannot maintain themselves well. Imagine never oiling the hinge of door. It'll squeak and wear out faster. Similarly, lack of proper nutrition and hydration make our body age faster. Next, chronic stress and lack of sleep. We toss and stress already. It pumps out cortisol and inflammatory chemical that over time can lead to issues like hypertension, weakened immune response, and yes, faster aging. Again, aging. Lack of sleep often goes hand in hand with stress. Sleep is when our body repairs itself. If we consistently associate ourselves on sleep, we miss that crucial maintenance window. It's like never taking your car for service. Eventually, things start breaking down. Ever notice puffy eyes and loose skin after a few sleepless nights? Over years that accumulate. Chronic stress and insomnia together form one of the most potent aging accelerators now. Identifying this factor is totally empowering. It means we can take action to modify them by using antioxidant, avoiding excessive pollutant and smoking, eating better, managing stress, and getting enough rest. This is where homeopathy combined that a healthy lifestyle can step in to help slow down that fast forwarding of aging. How homeopathy supports anti-aging? So, how can homeopathy come to our aid in the fight against excellent aging? Given its principles, homeopathy isn't going to stop time or magically erase wrinkles overnight. What it aims to do is support and enhance the body's natural anti-aging mechanism. There are a few key areas where homeopathic treatment may be beneficial in anti-aging regimen. First, detoxification. Support elimination of toxin from the liver and kidneys. Many homeopathic remedies are believed to support the body's natural detox processes, especially on the organ like the liver, kidney, and lymphatic system, which are our natural cleanup crew by helping eliminate harmful toxin more efficiently. Homeopathy can reduce the internal sources of oxidative stress that drive aging. Think of think of it as taking out the garbage more frequently so it doesn't pile up and sting. A cleaner internal environment allows cells to function better and renew themselves, which may slow down aging effect. Second, hormonal balance. As we age, achieving hormonal balance becomes trickier, yet more important than ever. Homeopathy can gently assist in regulating hormones such as estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone. Instead of the blunt force of hormone replacement therapy, homeopathic remedies aim for a subtle encouragement of the body's own hormonal harmony. Balance harmony translates to better energy levels, stabilized mood, and even benefit for skin and muscle tone. In other words, it helps keep the internal cord work running smoothly, which reflect in a more youthful vitality externally. Third, cellular regeneration. One exciting area is the idea of that homeopathy might promote cellular repair and regeneration. Some remedies are thought to stimulate the healing of tissues or the growth of the new cell. While our cell renewal naturally slowly age, the right remedy might remind the body to get back to work in repairing collagen in the skin or renewing cells in the other organ. It's like having a renovation crew that fix the small cracks and leaks before they become big problem. By promoting this regenerative capacity, homeopathy could help maintain tissue health and delay some aging sign. In essence, homeopathy approaches anti-aging by fortifying the body's own defense and healing power. Rather than adding something foreign or artificial, it's causing what's already there to work a bit better. Now let's discuss its of these supportive roles in a bit more detail and give some concrete examples of homeopathic remedy at work. Next, detoxification and anti-aging. First, detoxification. You can talk about anti-aging without addressing the importance of keeping the body free of excess toxin. Our detox organ are the liver, kidney, and also the lymphatic system, which is like a drainage network throughout the body. These are the organs that filter out, carry away the waste product and harmful substance. If they become overburdened, toxin accumulate and can speed up cellular damage and aging. Homeopathic medicine often include remedies targeted in supporting liver and kidney function. For instance, there are specific remedies derived by plant known to aid liver health, such as Cardus marianus, made from milk thistle, or herb famous for liver support, and other for kidney and lymphatic support. By using this, homeopathy aim to support the removal of harmful toxin. It's somewhat akin to giving your body general stuff a boost in morale and efficiency. When detoxification is efficient, you may notice improvement like clearer skin, better energy, and even improved digestion. All of it contribute to a more youthful feeling and appearance. Moreover, effective detoxification sets the stage for cellular regeneration. When what isn't clogging up the works, cell can more easily focus on growth and repair. Homeopathic practitioners sometimes observe that once a patient elimination channel, liver, kidney, and lymph are working well, other treatments start to be more effective because the body is more responsive. In terms of aging, detoxifying is like weeding a garden. Once the weeds or toxins are gone, the flower or anti-cell can thrive. So homeopathic anti-aging plan often start with a gentle detox, clearing out the gunk that accelerate aging, thereby slowing down the oxidative stress and damage. Next, care remedies for anti-aging. Homeopathy was a vast library of natural remedy, but a few are commonly not mentioned in the context of anti-aging. I do mention due to their particular effect on the body. Let's look at three notable homeopathic remedies often highlighted for their anti-aging benefit. First, Arsenicum album. Don't let the name alarm you. It's derived from arsenic, but in extremely dilute form, just to be clear. Arsenicum album in homeopathy is traditionally used for a range of issues, including skin condition. It's believed to help with reducing wrinkles and improving skin elasticity. Think of skin elasticity as the skin's spring back quality. Youthful skin bounces back, whereas older skin tends to sag. And arsenicum album remedy is like a gentle reminder to the skin to keep its spring. People who might benefit from this remedy often also have symptoms like dryness or anxiety. Homeopathy always makes remedy profile to the individual. In an anti context, it's valued for promoting a clearer, more resilient complexion. Next, second, Zevia. Zevia is made from the ink of the cuttlefish. Quite an interesting origin, right? It's a well-known remedy in homeopathy, especially for hormonal and reproductive health in a woman. Zevia is often indicated for individuals who have symptoms of hormonal imbalance, such as fatigue, mood swings, or the infamous hot flash of menopause. In terms of aging, Zevia can help balance hormones and address aging-related fatigue. You can now imagine how important balance hormones are for preserving youthfulness. They affect energy, sleep quality, and even how our skins look. Zevia is like a balancer for someone who's feeling off due to midlife hormonal changes, helping restore that pep on your step and a sense of well-being that might have one with age. Next, lycopodium. Lycopodium, this remedy comes from a type of club moss, a primitive plant, and it's commonly used in homeopathy for digestive and liver-related issues. In an anti-aging toolkit, lycopodium is appreciated for supporting digestion and liver detoxification. Why digestion? Because the digestion ensures you absorb all those vital nutrients from your healthy diet, and the liver, as we discussed, is crucial for detox. A person who might need lycopodium often has bloating, gas, or liver symptoms, and maybe a tendency to feel worse in the late afternoon. By helping the liver and gut work optimally, lycopodium can indirectly contribute to better skin, since toxins are clear and higher energy. It's like giving your metabolism a friendly tune up, which of course helps you feel and look younger. These are just few examples. Homeopathy always tailored to the individual, so an expert might choose entirely different remedies based on someone's unique profile. But Arsenicum album, Chevy, and Lycopodium provide a glimpse of how specific remedies tie into anti-aging. One focusing on skin, another on hormones, another on detox and digestion. They illustrate the holistic approach. Skin, endocrine system, and metabolic system all get attention. Next, hormonal balance and vitality. Let's return to the topic of hormones. Since they are so crucial in aging, we often hear about estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone in context of youth and vitality. Well, it's true. These hormones are like orchestrator for many body functions. When we are young, they are typically at optimal levels, giving us energy, reproductive capacity, muscle tone, and more. As we age, especially in our 40 and 50, the level of these hormones can dip or become erratic. Think of musical trio that's gone a bit off key. The harmony isn't what it used to be. This can lead to issues like fatigue, mood change, loss of skin elasticity, and decreased vitality. Homeopathy offers a gentle hand in balancing estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone levels naturally. Now, this doesn't mean it pumps this hormone into you. Remember, homeopathic remedies are not like taking a hormone pill or supplement. Instead, a remedy might stimulate your body's gland to better regulate themselves. For example, sepia, which we discussed before, can help with estrogen or progesterone balance in women. There are other remedies like testosterone homeopathic attenuation or thyroidinum that some practitioners use for endocrine support. The net effect aimed for is an improvement in energy, mood, and even skin rejuvenation. When hormones are balanced, people often report sleeping better, feeling more upbeat, and noticing that their skin or hair quality improves because the body internal climate is more youth friendly. It's worth noting that this hormone balancing act is done without the use of actual hormone replacement. For individuals who prefer a natural approach who cannot take hormone replacement therapy, homeopathy can be an attractive option. It's subtle. Think of it as coaxing your body back into your full rhythm. Balanced hormones help maintain muscle mass, bone density, and libido as well. All contributor that we might call vitality or resilience of life. So by adding a natural hormone regulation, homeopathy plays a role in keeping that vitality flame burning brighter for longer. Emotional well-being and aging. We often focus on the physical aspect of aging, but our emotional well-being is just important. In fact, emotional health and aging are deeply interconnected. You might have noticed how chronic stress are unresolved emotional issues seems to make a person look older beyond their years. Science back this up. Chronic stress can accelerate aging, both in how we feel and even at the cellular level. On the flip side, staying emotionally balanced and positive can promote better health and longevity. Homeopathy has long recognized the mind-body link. There are many remedies in homeopathy. They are prescribed primarily for emotional states, things like grief, anxiety, prolonged sadness, or fear, which if left unaddressed can manifest physically. The slide we're basing it is on an important point. Chronic stress accelerates aging, whereas emotional balance can promote slow regeneration. In other words, a peaceful mind can mean a healthier body if stress is like driving with your foot on the gas pedal all the time. Relaxation is easing off and letting the engine cool down. Homeopathic remedies such as Ignatia and homeopathic remedies such as Ignatia and Natrium muriaticum are classic example used for emotional support. Ignatia is often used for acute grief, loss, or emotional shock. Imagine someone who's been through it, a tough tough time and isn't been themselves since. Natrum mudriaticum, on the other hand, is often suited for long-term suppressed grief or stress, someone who might appear emotionally because of or overly serious, carrying burden from the past. When these remedies help lift the emotional load and interesting things happen, the physical body often respond with improved well-being. People might sleep better, have fewer stress headaches, or notice their digestion and energy improve once their mind isn't break down. From an anti-aging perspective, this is gold. Reducing stress and emotional tension can slow the release of those hedging hormone like cortisol and can even bolster the immune system. We could say a happier mind can lead to a younger body, or at least a body doesn't age as fast as it will under heavy stress. To bring a bit like humor here, we've all had seen U.S. president when they take office and they think when they leave office, right? They often look much grayer and more wrinkles after the immense stress of the job. It's dramatic example of stress aging a person. Now, most of us hopefully don't have jobs that's stressful, but this principle is the same. Learning to manage our emotion, possibly with a little help from the therapist like homeopathy, or practice like meditation can help us age more gracefully. So in anti-aging game plan, don't overlook the power of keeping calm and carry on. Your cells will thank you for it. Next, scientific evidence and research. At this point, you might be wondering, this is sound nice in theory, but is there any scientific evidence that homeopathy actually helps with aging? It's a great question. After all, homeopathy is often met with skepticism in the scientific community. The truth is, research in this area is still emerging, and it's not as plentiful as, say, research on pharmaceutical or nutritional supplement. However, there have been intriguing studies that hint at the benefit of homeopathy for aging or age-related issues. For example, a study published in the Journal of Aging Research and Clinical Practice report that homeopathic treatment improve physical and mental well-being in elderly individual. Imagine that senior receiving homeopathic care who show improvement in how they felt physically and mentally.
Sorry. I apologize to interrupt you. Dr.
Okay.
Othman, can you moderate the time, please?
Okay, maybe 2 minutes more. Is okay? Is it okay?
Okay, I accelerate my presentation.
Thank you so much.
Yes. And next, aging research integrate to help consuming a balanced rich antioxidant. Nutrition plays crucial role, such as consuming a balanced diet rich in antioxidant, vitamin, and minerals. And then regular exercise, it not only helps in maintaining a healthy weight, but also improve blood circulation, boost collagen, and etc. Next, comprehensive anti-aging plan. There are three of them. Integrate homeopathy, nutrition, and exercise. Mindfulness practice that reduce aging effect. Holistic approach enhance natural vitality. Practical tips for anti-aging. Stay hydrated and eat a balanced diet, and practice mindfulness and manage stress. Use appropriate homeopathic remedy. Conclusion. Okay. Conclusion. To wrap up, let's reflect on what we will explore. Aging is inevitable, but how we age can be influenced by how we live and what treatment we choose to support ourselves. Homeopathy offers a gentle, holistic modality that aligns beautifully with the goal of aging gracefully. Its effectiveness in anti-aging is still being researched, and we should remain objective about it. It's not magic, fountain of youth. However, some studies and many personal accounts suggest that homeopathic treatment may support improvement in the aging process by enhancing detoxification and balancing hormone, and by supporting emotional health and stress relief as we discussed. In other words, homeopathy can address some root cause and accelerators of aging rather than just the symptom. The holistic nature of homeopathy is perhaps its greatest strength on anti-aging contact. It treats you as a whole person, mind, body, and spirit. This means a homeopathic Practice might help you with your energy level, your anxiety about getting older, your liver function, and your skin quality all in one integrated approach. When combined with healthy lifestyle choice, good food, exercise, stress management, homeopathy become part of symphony of interventions that together keep you youthful. Think of an orchestra. Homeopathy might be the string section, nutrition the wood wine, exercise the brass, and mindfulness as the percussion. Alone, it makes music, but together they create a richer harmony, and the end result is more vibrant, balanced. Aging gracefully, healthily is not about denying your age or chasing after extra measure. It's about supporting our body's innate ability to heal and maintain itself. In conclusion, while we cannot turn back time, we certainly influence the quality of our time moving forward. Homeopathy provides an avenue to fundamentally slow the hand of the time by focusing on the underlying balance of your body and mind. It reminds our body how to detoxify better, how to keep the hormones in tune, and how to stay calm amidst life's storms. When we add that to a wholesome lifestyle, we create a powerful, progressive anti-aging strategy. So I encourage you to see homeopathy not as an old antiquity, but as a natural tool for youthful living. Embrace the holistic approach. Take care of your inner health, emotional balance, and physical body collectively. By doing so, you are not just adding years to your life, more importantly, you're adding life to your years. Thank you for your attention, and I will continue to live youthfully and joyfully no matter our age. I think that's
Okay.
all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Herli.
Thank you,
Dr. Ima, for our next presentation, please. 15 minutes. Yeah, Doc.
Okay, so I want to make a comment on Dr. Harley. Thank you so
Okay.
much for
Prof.
providing us all this information. Doctors, I just want to mention one thing that I was always saying the past 2 years that you've been joined by Quantum Academy, that this platform is a holistic platform. Okay, and we are changing things and we are transforming things. So is our vocabulary. Something that I would like all of you after graduation change your vocabulary to holistic as well, which is I just mentioned through my presentations that aging is not a natural phenomenon. Aging is degeneration, cellular degeneration. Growing old is a natural phenomenon. I don't know who has my book, but who doesn't have Dr. Otomi, please give them a copy to really distinguish between these two terminology to match with the platform. So because you're getting a highest level of diploma around the world. So from Quantum Academy, it's a very highest level. And at this point, I do not want any of you to graduate with the wrong terminology. So aging is not a natural phenomenon, period. But we're growing older every day is a natural phenomenon. It's your choice to grow older and age. It's your choice to grow older but regenerate. Absolutely. So something please keep in mind that to understand this philosophy and to understand the holistic approach and understand this platform, please, whoever has this in your research, change it. Change your terminology to something that match with your diploma and the platform. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Professor
Prof.
Zari.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Ima, please. 15 minutes. Time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Andre. Great. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Andre. Is that my voice is clear?
Okay, clear, Doc.
Okay,
Please
thank you.
continue.
First of all, I want to say thank you to Prof. Darwin for the opportunity given to me to join and learn in Bioquantum Academy. Uh, Let me introduce my article and why did I make this article, because based on words of Prof. Zarin, who told in one of the video in Genesis and detoxification about never do the detoxification before mineralization. So I made this article about the importance of mineral balance before carrying drainage and detoxification. In today's words, exposure to environmental toxin, processed foods, modern foods, and chronic stress can burden the body's detoxification system. Many people jump into detox without considering whether their body is nutritionally prepared. One key factor that determines detox success is mineral balance, but sometimes we are forget about that. But Prof. Zarin is always told us about is very important about the mineral, and it's very inside my brain about that, because I almost always forget about the mineral balance, about mineralization before I do detoxification, drainage and detoxification. Mineral plays a crucial role in enzymatic function, cellular repair, and toxin elimination. Without sufficient mineral, detoxification can cause more harm than good. Before discussing the role of minerals, it's essential to distinguishing between drainage and detoxification, as they are often confused. Drainage, the process of opening detoxification pathway, such as the liver, kidneys, lymphatic system, and intestines to facilitate toxin elimination. Liver, the main organ for processing and neutralizing toxin. But kidneys filter toxin from the blood and excrete them through urine. Lymphatic system transport waste products and immune cell. Colon intestines eliminate waste and toxin through bowel movements. It lungs to expel toxin via respiration, and skin clears toxin through sweat. Effective drainage ensures that detoxification does not overload these pathways, preventing toxin accumulation in the body. And detoxification, but the biochemical process of converting toxin into form that can be excreted from the body. Environmental toxin or exotoxin is like pesticida, heavy metals, air pollution, and an endotoxin, toxin produced by gut bacteria or pathogens, and metabolic waste, byproduct of normal cellular process. While these processes are essential for health, they require proper nutritional support, particularly in the form of essential minerals. Minerals are critical cofactors in both phases of detoxification and in supporting the drainage pathway that eliminates waste. Why mineral balance is essential before detoxification? First, minerals support detoxification enzymes. Detoxification depends on various enzymatic processes that require minerals as cofactors. Without adequate mineral levels, these enzymatic pathways may slow down or become dysfunctional, leading to toxin accumulation. And then prevents redistribution of toxin. During detox, stored toxin, especially heavy metals, are mobilized from tissues and fat cells into circulation. If the body lacks essential minerals, toxin released during detoxification may not be efficiently excreted. Instead, they can be reabsorbed into the bloodstream and redistributed to tissues, can redistribute it to vital organs like the brain, heart, or kidneys, potentially causing oxidative stress and inflammation. Maintains electrolyte balance and hydration. That's why mineral balance is essential. Detoxification processes, especially those involving sweating, urination, or bowel movement, can lead to significant fluid and electrolyte loss. A deficiency in these minerals can result in dehydration, fatigue, and imbalanced pH levels, making detoxification more stressful for the body. A deficiency in these minerals can result in dehydration, fatigue, and imbalanced pH levels. Protects against detox symptoms. Insufficient mineral levels can lead to common detox side effects, such as headache, fatigue, muscle cramps, brain fog, and nausea. By ensuring a proper mineral balance beforehand, the symptoms can be minimized, making the detoxification process smoother and more effective. And minerals to support liver and kidney function. The liver and kidneys are the primary detox organs, and they rely heavily on minerals to function optimally. By optimizing mineral balance, the liver and kidney can efficiently process and eliminate toxin without becoming overburdened. How to ensure proper mineral balance before detoxification? First, consume a nutrient-dense, mineral-rich diet. A whole food diet is the best way to ensure proper mineral intake. Focus on leafy greens like spinach, kale, rich in magnesium, calcium, and potassium. Nuts and seeds like pumpkin seed, almonds provide zinc and magnesium. Seafood like salmon, oyster, seaweed, excellent sources of iodine and selenium. Bone broth supplies calcium, magnesium, and trace minerals. Unrefined sea salt, Celtic or Himalayan salt, provides essential electrolytes. Now, this is example of the mineral in the food. And then use high quality mineral supplement if needed. If dietary intake is insufficient, targeted mineral supplementation can help. Some key options include magnesium glucinate for citrate for enzymatic support, zinc picolinate for immune and liver function, selenium methionine for glutathione production, and trace mineral drops for replenish electrolytes. Stay hydrated with mineralized water. Drinking filtered water alone may not be enough, as modern water sources often lack minerals. Consider adding electrode powder without artificial additives, trace mineral drops, fresh lemon, and a pinch of sea salt to enhance absorption. And then get functional testing for mineral deficiency. Testing mineral levels before detoxification can help tailor a personalized approach. Common tests include hair tissue mineral analysis or HTMA, revolves long-term mineral status, blood test, serum or red blood cell level, assess active mineral level, ORT or organic acid test, evaluate metabolic and detox function. Support gut health for optimal mineral absorption. Even with a mineral-rich diet, poor gut health can lead to malabsorption. To enhance mineral uptake, include fermented foods, sauerkraut, kefir for better digestion. Consume digestive enzyme if needed. Avoid excessive antacid and processed food which deplete mineral. Lifestyle factors affecting mineral balance. Certain lifestyle habits can deplete mineral. Excess caffeine and alcohol consumption chronic stress, poor sleep quality, and heavy metal exposure. Addressing these factors can improve mineral retention. Conclusion, like the Prof. Zarin always said, never do detoxification before mineralization. It's mythos that detox can be done safely without considering mineral balance. But in reality, without proper mineral detoxification can be harmful. Before starting any draination or detox protocol, ensuring optimal mineral balance is essential for safety and effectiveness. Minerals act as enzymatic cofactor, support detox pathways, prevent toxin redistribution, and reduce detox side effects. References from Dr. Parvin Zarin, 2025 Webinar of Detoxification and Draination, Diploma IAIM Program, Physiology 2018, Mineral Balance and Detoxification, Integrative Medicine, BNC 2017, The Importance of Mineral Balance and Health, Journal of Nutrition and Wellness, and Burns Stanley 2019, Mineral Deficiency and Toxicity, Journal of Clinical Medicine. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ima. What a great presentation to all of you. Maybe the professor have a comment?
That was fantastic, Dr. Ima. I really enjoyed your research that I went through, and also now your PowerPoint is great, and the topic was just right. And you know how important mineralization is during detoxification, and you learned it properly, and you said it properly, and the great thing that you chose to do the mineralization through food. So that's what it is the best doctors can do to teach their sick to do things through the food, to food be their medicine. So not necessarily everybody around the world they have access to homeopathy or homotoxicology or gemotherapy, but everybody has access to food that can mineralize the body and also detoxify. Thank you, Dr. Ima. Great job.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Dr. Yanwartara, the role of stem cell in anti-aging of the skin-bone axis. The time is yours,
Okay.
Dr. Tara.
Okay. Mm. Okay, I will present article about the role of stem cells in anti-aging. Since the beginning of life, people were constantly wait. Ini kok nggak bisa ya? Okay. Sorry. Since the beginning of life, people were constantly trying to find a way to look better and stay youthful and healthy. They always tried to find different natural medicines, supplements, vitamins, herbs, and cosmetics products which apply topically or even take harmful medication like cosmetic surgery to gain look younger and youthful. Actually, we can never look younger by the topical or externally because aging starts at the cellular level long before manifesting outside. Therefore, we should look into the aging process from the cellular level. Cell turnover process happens constantly and needs cellular repair and replacement, which is done by stem cells. This article explores the roles of stem cells in the process of anti-aging, focusing on their potential to counteract age-related degeneration in both skin and bones. The aging process, as Prof. Zerin said, aging starts at the cellular level long before manifesting outside. Aging is similar to the process of chronic degeneration, also simply means continuous cellular degeneration. Aging is caused by three major underlying causes: chronic cellular deficiency, intoxication, and inadequate energy flows because of mitochondrial dysfunction. And then the pictures of how free radicals make oxidative stress and mitochondrial dysfunction and senescent cells. When we expose with UV radiation, air pollution, heavy metals, it can be toxic to our cells because more free radicals produced in our body. So it will creating oxidative stress, then leading to mitochondrial dysfunction. The mitochondrial dysfunction, the mitochondria can to produce energy for our cells, and then it will create senescent cells. This condition leading to aging process. What is stem cells? Stem cells are unique cells that have the remarkable ability to self-renewal and differentiate into various types of specialized cells in the body, tissue regeneration, and bone healing. Stem cells are undifferentiated and have the potential to develop into many different cell types depending on the body's needs. Bone marrow is the bank of the stem cells. This is the explanation characteristic of stem cells. Okay. Types of stem cells. Stem cells are classified into different types based on their origin and differentiation ability. Based on the differentiation ability, stem cells classified into 5 types. First is totipotent, where the most powerful among the 5 can develop to a fully functional living organisms. Example, zygote. And then the second is pluripotent. It can self-renew and differentiate into any of the 3 germ layers, namely ectoderm, endoderm, and mesoderm. Example, embryonic stem cells. And the third is multipotent. Multipotent divides into all types of cells in a specific lineage. Example, mesenchymal stem cell and hematopoietic stem cells. And then oligopotent can only self-renew and differentiate into 2 or more types of cells within a specific tissue. Example, lymphoid stem cells. And then the last is unipotent. It can differentiate into only one type of cells. The example is epidermal stem cells producing skin. And then based on their origin, stem cells are classified into 4. First is embryo, like as embryonic stem cells and embryonic germ stem cells. And then fetus and infant, we can call perinatal stem cells. Fetus is from placenta and amniotic fluids, and then infants from umbilical cord and Wharton's jelly. And then adult stem cells is from mesenchymal stem cells, hematopoietic, neural stem cells, GI tract, epidermal, hepatic, and pancreatic. Embryonic stem cells are derived from the inner cell mass of blastocyst. Embryonic is pluripotent and have the highest differentiation potential and are capable of self-renewal. They are often used in research and are considered an important tool for regenerative medicines. However, their use raises ethical concerns due to the destruction of embryos. Adult stem cells or somatic stem cells are found in various adult tissues such as bone marrow, skin, brain, and muscles. Adult stem cells is multipotent or sometimes oligopotent. Adult stem cells are widely used in medical treatments such as bone marrow transplants for leukemia and in regenerative medicines, example repairing cartilage, bone, and muscle tissues. And then induced pluripotent stem cells are adult cells like skin or blood cells that have been reprogrammed to return to a pluripotent state, meaning they can now differentiate into nearly any cell type in the body. iPSCs are reprogrammed from adult cells to an embryonic-like state. They don't involve embryos, making them an ethically preferable alternative to embryonic stem cells. And then perinatal stem cells. These stem cells are derived from perinatal tissues like umbilical cord, blood, amniotic fluids, and placenta. They are multipotent. In conclusion, anti-aging simply means continuous cellular regeneration. Healing, health, and regeneration starts at the cellular level. Human body is intelligently programmed for both regeneration processes by innate healing ability at all age. Stem cells serve as an internal repair system for all organs, tissue, blood, and immune system. In anti-aging, stem cells can rejuvenate tissues by promoting regeneration, repairing damaged cells, and improving the function of aging tissues like the skin and bones. The concept of the skin-bone axis. The skin-bone axis refers to the dynamic communication between the skin and the skeletal system, both of which experience significant changes during aging. Skin and bone communication, both tissues share several key signaling pathways, including inflammation pathways such as cytokines and growth factors, and hormones influence, as example, estrogens. This crosstalk plays a significant role in both aging and regeneration. Next, stem cell and skin regeneration in aging. As we age, the skin undergoes various changes that lead to visible signs of aging, decreased collagen and elastin leading to wrinkles and sagging. Stem cell can stimulate collagen production, improve skin elasticity, and reduce the appearance of wrinkles. And there are two ways to stem cell activation. The first is endogenous treatment, as Prof. Zarin have explained to us. Stem cells needs to be cooled and stimulated. The way is micro needling or microdermabrasion on the skin, creating micro injury that will send signal to fibroblast cells to make more collagen and elastin. And then the second is exogenous therapy. Injection of stem cell-based therapies or exosome into the skin can stimulate cell growth and regeneration. Stem cell and bone regeneration in aging. Bone aging is characterized by the gradual decline in bone mass and strength, making bones more fragile and susceptible to fractures. Major contributing factors include osteoporosis, reduced bone formation, and chronic inflammation. And then in the bone regeneration in aging, mesenchymal stem cells are popular choice for bone regeneration due to their ability to differentiate into osteoblasts, bone-forming cells, and cartilage-forming cells. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tara. Professor, do you have any comment, please?
Thank you, Dr. Tara. I think she reviewed my talk and she completed my presentation. That's a great job. And so what was the conclusion of your talk, Dr. Tara? So in terms of anti-aging and regeneration, what's your applications for that? Yeah, I know you explained everything very well, but I mean, what's your application in terms of, staying on regeneration process or activating regeneration process or not stepping into degeneration process? So if you don't have it there, you can add it to your research. Just add it. You don't have to do it now. But I mean, because I don't know your application is with what modality, with what areas you want to do this to activate the stem cells, because stem cells are not just available like that. They have to be called, and we have to do something to call them, right? But we need some tools. Okay, the tools could be food. The tools could be food as well. like the food full of minerals, they can do the job too. But there are conditions that the food is not enough, so we need stronger tools to do that. But generally, stem cells, area is fascinating. It's a huge realm, fascinating realm, and the more we talk, the more we want to know. So I have so much to talk about the stem cells, more than just the presentations, and I see how fascinating human body is. That there is no aging in the nature of human body. I'm not saying there is no aging out there. People are aging crazily. I see them to this year compared to last year, they're 10 years aged. So I'm not saying there is no aging in people. Yes, you see it actually has been maximized because of toxication, because of deficiencies, and bad lifestyle, and environmental factors and also. But the definition of aging is not endowed, that the aging actual degeneration is not endowed in human body. Regeneration is. So we are going after that. But what tools, what we can do to regenerate ourselves, according to our stage, we have so many things. And one of them is homeopathy. But homeopathy is mostly we use it in pathological conditions. That the conditions that we need, medicinal tools. But in regular conditions or benign conditions, even food would be enough. So thank you, Dr. Tara. It was great. And yeah, you would like to continue, Dr. Angie, or you want to take
Okay.
a break?
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah. You want to take a break?
There's three more students. Can we continue, Doctor? We still have time.
I don't know, Doctor.
Oh, yes, we have 20 or 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Yeah, for soon. But if you want to get a small break, if it is up to you. Do you want to have a small break? And
no, let's do the break after the two, because we can have 15 minutes. Then
yes.
we're gonna start the second segment of the day. And
three more, Prof. Sorry, Dr. Dini, Dr. Rosiana, and Dr. Desi. So we can make a quick, Dr. Dini, 15 minutes,
they can make it quick, like every 10 minutes. Each 10 minutes. That would be great. And let's go.
Okay, Dr. Dini.
Actually, that doesn't matter. Three of them, they can go as regular, because I switch. Dr. Horowitz switched his time of presentation, his slots with me. And that's why the next segment starts with me, so it doesn't matter. Let's all the students go accordingly.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
Okay, excuse me, Professor Zarin and doctors. It is a true pleasure to have all of you in this conference. Thank you for the opportunity. Before I start my slides, I want to remind in Professor Zarin video, Quantum Anti-Aging, Professor Zarin explained that we are growing old naturally, but not getting old. Growing old means prolonging your life by having optimum biological function, keep regenerating, exploring your life, becoming wiser, and waking intelligence, just like the earth renew itself from winter to spring. Our body are also designed to naturally renew and regenerate. However, in today's world, this natural process is disrupted. We are exposed to many external and internal toxins that lead to cellular intoxication. This cellular intoxication damage our cells and block the body's natural ability to repair, renew, and stay young. Well, here is the slides about cellular intoxication and its role in aging, a quantum anti-aging perspective. Nature's law says that we are growing old, not getting old. Just as the earth rejuvenates itself, transitioning from winter to spring, the human body is likewise designed to follow a similar cycles of renewal and regeneration. Nature endows all living organism with the ability to go through stage of renewal, ultimately leading to cellular rejuvenations. This intrinsic capacity for restoration is a core feature of life, and under normal, natural condition, the human body is not predisposed to premature aging or unnatural death. However, today we live in an environment that significantly disrupt this natural process of regeneration. The modern world is saturated with both internal and external toxins, which contribute to cellular intoxication and interfere with the body's natural capacity for repair and renewal. Chronic cellular intoxication is one of the three primary underlying factors contributing to the aging process. The other two factors are cellular starvation and chronic insufficiency in energy flow. Why? Why we must know about cellular intoxication? First of all, cellular intoxication is difficult to avoid. To enhance knowledge to prevent early aging and to mitigate chronic degeneration. Aging on the surface of the body is the visible manifestation of internal cellular degeneration. Wrinkles of the skin, for instance, reflect internal change such as bone loss, muscle atrophy, and a loss of strength and elasticity in the connective tissues. These internal deteriorations lead to the shrinking of underlying structures, which compromise the skin's ability to maintain its youthful appearance. Over time, this contributes not only to visible signs of aging, such as wrinkles and sagging skin, but also to deeper systemic issues like cardiovascular disease, neurodegeneration, and weakened immune function. As toxins accumulate, cellular processes such as energy production, repair mechanism, and detoxification become less efficient, further compounding the aging process. The cellular dysfunction, fueled by both endogenous internal and exogenous external toxin, ultimately reduce the body's capacities for self-repair and regeneration and making it more vulnerable to the effect of aging. Given the overwhelming exposure to these toxins, it is critical to address cellular intoxication as a core factor in aging and degenerative disease. Homotoxin refers to internal toxin. Refer to a harmful substance produced within the body as a result of metabolic process, cellular activities, and exposure to various external factors. From a quantum anti-aging perspective, these toxins not only accumulate in the body over time, but they also disrupt the quantum processes that govern cellular regeneration, repair, and overall vitality. When homotoxin accumulate in the cells and tissues, they affect the body's natural healing abilities, leading to premature aging and the development of chronic disease. Homotoxins and their source. One homotoxin can be produced by metabolism and cellular oxidation, acidic pH, uric acid, urea, nitrogen, and ammonium. Psychological and emotional toxins, chronic disease and medication, environmental toxins and lifestyle factors like unnatural processed food. Environmental toxins and lifestyle factors like the consumption of unnatural processed food rich in additive, preservatives, artificial flavors, and colors are foreign to the body and over time disrupt normal metabolic processes, directly challenge that balance by adding strain to the liver, kidneys, and digestive systems, reducing the body's ability to detoxify efficiently. Smoking and impure water, inadequate oxygen inhalation, exotoxin. Exotoxin in the context of quantum anti-aging can be understood as external toxic substance that disrupt the natural balance and regeneration process. Exotoxin are chemicals and pollutants, radiation, including electromagnetic radiation, like wireless communication, Wi-Fi, 5G, heavy metals in soil and water, geopathic stress, and other environmental aggression like UV radiation. The connection between toxin and DNA. Toxin, both internal and external toxin, can generate oxidative stress, induce inflammation, and cause a build-up of waste products within the cell. This toxicity directly impacts the cellular components, particularly the DNA. The accumulation of toxin can cause DNA damage, which results in leading to the production of new cells that carry the same genetic defect. These new cells, rather than being healthy and functional, inherit the same mutation, making them weak, fragile, and dysfunctional. The dysfunctional cells exhibit compromised metabolic process, impaired protein synthesis, and reduced ability to carry out normal cellular function. The accumulation of defective proteins and damaged organelles, such as mitochondria, contributes to cellular aging and degeneration. Chromosomes mutation are often unpredictable changes that arise due to errors in cell division or exposure to mutagens such as homotoxins and exotoxins. Conclusion. Cellular intoxication resulting from the accumulation of both homotoxin and exotoxin play a pivotal role in the aging process by disrupting cellular function and accelerating degeneration. Toxin, both internal and external, can generate oxidative stress, induce inflammation, and cause a buildup of waste product within the cell. This toxicity directly impacts the cellular component, particularly DNA. Mutated DNA is replicated during cell division, leading to the production of new cells that carry the same genetic defect. These new cells, rather than being healthy and functional, inherit the same mutation, making them weak, fragile, and dysfunctional. These newly formed cells are more prone to senescence or cellular aging, apoptosis, programmed cell death, and necrosis, uncontrolled cell death. In a toxin-free environment, cells experience minimal oxidative stress, inflammation, and metabolic disruption, which allows them to function properly, carry out their biochemical process efficiently, and remain resilient to damage. Reference. Dr. Parvin 2025 webinar of Quantum Anti-Aging Diploma IAAM program, and etc. Excuse me, Professor, if you don't mind, I want to share my opinion.
Of course, go ahead. That was wonderful.
In my opinion, Professor Zarin gave a beautiful new way to see aging, not as the time of decay, but as a journey of growth, wisdom, and lasting vitality. I believe it's important for us to change our mindset about aging. We should embrace the idea of growing older and not getting older. However, I also think that today's environment make this difficult. Toxin inside and outside our body, known as homotoxin and exotoxin, cause oxidative stress and inflammation. This toxin can damage our DNA, leading to mutation, and as a result, instead of making healthy new cells, our bodies produce weak and dysfunctional cells. The cycle of the mad cell is a major reason why aging become a problem. It affects our metabolism, it affects our protein production, and even the most important part of our cells like mitochondria. First of all, last of all, thank you, Professor Zarin, to teach us how to support our body's natural ability to detoxify, repair, and regenerate, so we can experience growing old and not getting old. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you for being such a great scholar and great, confirmation of my teaching. Amazing. Thank you. So with all these presentations, especially Dr. Dini, from the beginning to now, you all talked about toxication, right? Cellular toxication, and cellular toxication. So then how would you say aging is natural? That's a question.
No, aging is a natural process. The natural process is growing old, Professor, if I can say.
Exactly. No, I'm not talking to you. You said it right. Dr. Dini completely said it right. I'm asking the question. That's a question for the others. So Dr. Dini confirmed everything I said at the course of my book, and she just brought it into her PowerPoints, which I highly appreciate Dr. Dini for doing that. But I mean, according to her talk and all of you that are talking about cellular intoxication is the underlying causes of aging. So, but how could you, some of you says aging is natural. Aging cannot be natural. Dr. Dini just said that, right? Growing old is natural, which we do. If somebody asks me at this age, I'm not going to say my number because then you say you're lying. So anyways, I'm a grandmother and I have 3 grown children and I have a grandson, 2 years old. And as I said earlier in my talk, when I test myself every year, I'm doing better than the last year, and biologically. But does my number goes down? No, my number keeps going up. That's the number of chronological age. That's the growing older. And when I compare my own wisdom compared to 20 years ago, I would cry about who I was 30 years ago. And imagine if they ask me, would you like to be 30 years old now? The half of my age? I said no. I would never say I like to be chronology, the number of my age becomes less. No, I want to go higher, but the way that I regenerate, the way I learn how to regenerate is fascinating. It's just fascinating. So please change the vocabulary, as Dr. Dini just said. Growing older, becoming boundless, becoming limitless, becoming more intelligent, becoming wiser. Enjoy growing older with regeneration, not aging and degeneration. That's the whole purpose of this platform. Okay, so when you understand this, concept, you enjoy growing older. I enjoy every year I grow older because I become much wiser. And then I become to the point that I see that I'm not limited to physical body. I'm very unlimited. I'm boundless. I can go to the realm of spiritual. I can go to the realm of astral because I'm limitless. So, but you say aging is natural. You trap yourself in the dimension of physical, that you completely forget that you have the other dimension that you can grow. So growing older dimensionally from all dimensions, regenerate somatically, but grow older from the other dimensions. Then you enjoy your life. Then you understand what life is all about. Okay, so from the time that we step into this world, arrival time, to the time that we exist, our departure time, we have to be healthy, happy, and enjoy lives. Okay, that's the whole purpose of being here. Thank you so much, Dr. Dini. Great job.
Thank you, Dr. Dini. Thank you, Professor. Next, we go to Dr. Rosiana Budiarto with anti-aging, detoxification, and drainage. Dr. Rosi, time is yours. Okay.
Dr. Raziana, please make your slides larger. Make your screen larger. And unmute yourself, please. Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
I love this image. I have this image that Dr. Rosiana has on her slides from almost 30 years ago. I have, and I love it. And I have quotes on it that there is always a younger version within you. There's always a young version of you within you. Okay.
Is it okay, Prof. Zarin?
Yes. Just make it larger. Go to the cup icon and just make your screen larger. So. Dr. Otami, you can guide her through that, how to make the screen larger.
Wait.
That's okay if you cannot.
It's okay. Okay. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, you can start. Dr. Rosiana,
Okay.
start.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Zarin. Thank you, Dr. Utami and Dr. Farbot and all the participants. My name is Dr. Roshana Budi Hartono, and my topic is about anti-aging, drainage, and detoxification. Okay. First we will talk about the aging process. Okay. Aging does not exist in nature because nature always goes through renewal and regeneration cycles, like winter turn to spring. Naturally, we are growing old, not getting old. Degeneration or aging is caused by three main underlying causes. The first one is chronic cellular deficiency, such as amino acid, essential fatty acid, vitamin, and mineral deficiency. The second one is chronic cellular intoxication. Intoxication, we can get the toxin from the endotoxin and exotoxin, and we cannot avoid the toxin because we swim in the sea of the our world is full of the toxin. And the third one is chronic cellular inadequate energy flow. Nutrient cannot get it and toxin cannot get out. When the existing cell are essentially well nourished, free of homotoxins and endotoxins and receiving a proper and adequate energy to transport nutrients and remove toxin out. So the new cells will be healthy, strong, regenerated, renew biological function properly and do not die quickly. Now, what happened in the intoxication cell? When toxin trapped in the cell, toxic chemical and byproduct of metabolism and oxidation are trapped in the cell and cause cellular damage if the toxins are not removed on time. Nothing happens overnight. This process of accumulating toxic substance may last for years before symptoms manifest. Now, drainage. Drainage is the physiological action that supports the body to remove toxin without aggregation or pushing it to eliminate beyond its psychological ability. This allows for self-regulation. Emonchories are organs that eliminate toxin and toxic substance and the waste products from the body. Their malfunction or blockage can be a disaster to organism, especially when in a long time.
Dr.
If the drainage, yeah,
Roshana, I'm so sorry. Your
yeah,
slides are not moving. So would you
oh,
please move your slides because we are still on this first slide.
okay, I will. Sorry.
Yeah, you can share it again. So it was not moving. At least for me, I don't know the others.
Yes, for me that was true.
Okay, I think the slide was just frozen. No, you don't. Just go to the second slide and to go to the third. As you speak,
Okay,
go to the
okay, this is
second.
the drainage slides.
Yeah.
Is it right? Okay.
Yeah, the first slide we have it, but go to the second one, please.
The second one, this one.
Your slides, that you have to move forward, right?
Okay. Okay, this is the drainage slide in my laptop. Is it right? Is it
Yeah.
right in Zoom? Okay. If the drainage pathway the physiological action that supports the body to remove toxins without aggregation or pushing it to eliminate beyond its physiological ability. This allows for self-regulation. Emonchories are organs that eliminate toxins and toxic substance and the waste product from the body. The malfunctioning or blockage can be a disaster to organism, especially when in a long time. If the drainage pathway aren't open and the toxins cannot get out, then they will recirculate, actually become more toxic and make you more sick. Drainage must come 14 days before any detoxification protocol. Now, this is the emonchories organ. We have two kind of emonchories organ. The first one is primary emonchories. They are liver, kidneys, intestines, lungs, stomach, and pancreas. And the second one, secondary emonchories, they are skin, mucus, nose, genitals, and nerve. Drainage moving toxin out. Your lymphatic system is like the highway system for the garbage truck or garbage collector that carry waste from your tissue, deliver them to be processed by the kidney and liver and get dumped out of your system through defecation and urination. If the lymph isn't flowing and moving well, the trash can get stuck in your highways. Poor lymphatic movement result in toxicity and tissue swelling. Sluggish lymph is linked to increased cellulite if the lymph gets stuck in the fat tissue. Lymphatic drainage message is a form of gentle message that encourages the drainage of lymph nodes and the movement of lymph fluid around the body. It can help relieve symptoms of lymphedema. The fluid in the lymphatic system help remove waste and toxin from your body tissue. Detoxification. Detoxification means bonding, neutralizing, processing, moving the toxin to emunctories. Digestive system can detoxify by eliminating toxic food by either vomiting or diarrhea. Kidney detoxify by secreting toxin or filtering toxin out of the blood into urine. Liver detoxifies by changing the chemical nature of many toxins. The liver is vital for the detoxification and destruction of endogenous and exogenous substances that are harmful to the body. The liver's own phagocytes, which reside in the lobules, known as Kupffer cell, digest and destroy cellular debris and any invading bacteria. Detoxification organs. Liver, kidney, and lungs are major organs work as filtration system in the body. The secondary emunctories and system are the skin, gastrointestinal tract, nose, mucous membranes, genital, and nerve. If your primary emunctories are overloaded and not functioning efficiently, the body will rely on the secondary organs. The digestive system, skin, and other ways of eliminating toxin from our body. Skin and liver have intimate relationship. Skin disease is caused by the liver overload. Liver detox is the first thing to do in the skin disorder. Liver is the largest detoxifier. The liver detoxifies numerous toxins. It also destroys drugs such as alcohol, nicotine, and prescription medicine because these things are not normal to the body. The liver is the most complex organ and the largest detoxifier in the body. The kidney filters toxin in the blood and eliminates them in the urine. Adipose tissue is a known reservoir for toxin, and ironically, this toxin may have contributed to weight gain in the first place. However, the storage of resistant organic pollutant in adipose tissue can prevent its building up in other organs, therefore protecting against the otherwise toxic effect of poops. Detoxification treatment methods. There's homeopathy, hemotoxicology, chemotherapy, tissue salt, oligotherapy, nutrition. Brain detoxification. Brain has its own lymph type system called the lymphatic system, which clear cellular and fluids. Your glial cells play a big role in cleansing your brain tissue and draining out. Sorry. Process is the key for preventing the stress build-up in the brain, which can lead to neurological condition. The lymphatic system helps prevent a build-up of amyloid beta proteins associated with Alzheimer's disease. This activity of brain cleansing and regeneration mostly happens while you are sleeping. Your brain detox system starts working at night, and that is why it's so critical to have your sleep to make your sleep as a priority. Conclusion: drainage is an important process. Drainage is a very step. It is the first step that we must take before we do detoxification. Without drainage, detoxification will be useless because the neutralized toxin cannot come out. This can cause the body to experience more intense poisonous. It's absolutely necessary to first open the elimination system at least 14 days before the detoxification. Drainage enables the body to self-regulate and return to state of homeostasis, a healthy and balanced state. Toxins are present in all aspects of our life. Toxins enter our body in various ways, whether through food, polluted water and air, cosmetic, drugs, vaccine, which injected in our body, electromagnetic wave from our gadget. We cannot avoid toxin, but we can do is detoxify periodically. Thank you.
Great,
Thank you,
Dr. Luciana. I know that you watched my video. So thank you. It's the same Dr. Dini as well. you you guys are so great. You know, you just review my course, which is great. And yes, yeah. Again, detoxification drainage. Who wants to age? Nobody. So if you don't want to age, keep detoxing and draining. Keep detoxing and draining. Keep doing it. I test myself. I have no heavy metal in my system. I have no toxins practically. I'm not a smoker. I'm not a drinker. I'm not a, and I'm a intermittent faster. So I just eat once a day. But I still do detoxification every 3 months, which I always, talk about it in my course. I always do it. 4 times a year, I do my detoxification and drainage, no matter, because we are exposed to so many factors we don't know. The air, the water, the emotions, the food. Not necessarily that because I don't dine out, but I always cook from at home. But there are times that you have no control about what you're getting in, and in terms of, the even raw materials you're buying from stores. And also there time to time that you go restaurant, you go vacation, you go this, you have no control on that. So those are going to be accumulated. If you don't take care of them on time, they're going to get accumulated and the time that something will breaks down. Something will breaks down, and that's the toxins are the most culprit into the body that blocks the regeneration processes, no matter somatic cells or stem cells, toxins. So that's why you learned you studied it well, all of you, and great, and I appreciate your feedback. So at this point, no one after diploma program, no one says aging is natural. This is not natural. Toxins, toxins is the culprit as the moment we understand this, because no matter how much we eat, no matter how much good we eat, how much healthy we eat, when the cells is full of toxins, as is not clean, nothing gets in. I think my teaching in my videos, you have gone through that, right? The gate of the cells is always remain closed, and the nutrients do not get in because it's full of toxins, and then there is no adequate energy comes from mitochondria, and that's a problem. So my trinity that all of you talked about it is the only reasons of aging, somatic aging. The same thing with the stem cell. The stem cell has to be converted to somatic cells, and the somatic cells of the tissue, if the same toxicated and deficient, it's going to be the same. So these 3 underlying causes, deficiencies, especially minerals, is intoxication and energy flow. These 3, take care of it. The rest is done. You don't need to do anything. So thank you so much. Which one was Dr.
Thank you, Prof.
Rosiana?
The last is, Dr. Rosiana, thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
And the last for today is with Dr. Desi
Dr.
Christianti.
Desi is here finally.
Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Desi. Great to see you.
Okay, it's about anti-aging, weight loss by detoxification and drainage.
Yeah,
Please,
now
Dr.
she put
Desi.
all the courses together. She put the quantum anti-aging, weight loss, and detoxification courses. There are 3 major courses for biocosmetology. She put them all together. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I say thank you for Parvin and Dr. Anggi. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Desi Kembaran. I'm from Indonesia. Today, As you can see, the skin our topic today is anti-aging with detoxification and weight loss. Okay, introduce the Conference of Anti-Aging, Detoxification, and Weight Loss over holistic solution for maintaining youthful vitality. Key strategies include preserving skin elasticity, enhancing cellular regeneration, and promoting metabolic health through toxin removal and balanced nutrition. Anti-aging strategies focus on preserving skin elastic, enhancing cellular regeneration, and promoting overall health. By removing harmful substances, detoxification can enhance metabolic function, boost energy level, and improve skin clarity. Aging at its causes. Aging results from cellular nutrient deficiency, toxicity, and energy imbalance. Aging is the gradual and natural process of biological change that occur over time in living organisms, leading to a decline in physical and sometimes mental function. It is a complex process influenced by combination of genetic, environmental, and lifestyle factors. Premature aging is linked to chronic disease, oxidative stress, hormonal imbalance. Biological age can be lower than chronological age through proper maintenance. Aging is exactly the process of chronic disease and degeneration. The fear of age, known as gerascophobia, is a complex emotion rooted in biological, psychological, social, and cultural factors. Aging is inevitable, but fear is optional. Cultures that respect elders, example Japan, indigenous tradition, so that aging can be honored rather than fear. Accelerate aging your adults well 30 years old exhibit biological marks typical of much older individual is an alarming and growing phenomenon. This suggests that chronological age or years lived and biological age or cellular health are decoupling. Aging or degeneration occurs only when the human body is dynamically mistuned at the cellular level. Healing or regeneration occurs only when the body is dynamically tuned and balanced on the cellular level. Detoxification. Toxin disrupts cellular function, leading to disease and accelerate aging. Toxin, whether from an environmental pollutants, lifestyle choice, or even internal metabolic loss, wreak havoc as cellular function, driving chronic inflammation, DNA damage, and mitochondrial dysfunction, all of which accelerate aging and disease. Okay. The liver is the primary detox organ operating untuk oxidase phase 1 and conjugase phase 2. Next. Okay. Supporting detoxification involves antioxidant, survivors, vegetable, sauna, fasting, and hydration. Supporting detoxification required a multi-system approach that changes the liver natural process wielding toxin elimination through sweat, urine, and bile. Toxin or especially after phase 1, a liver detox generate oxidative stress, damaging cells and DNA. Sulforapane or in broccoli sprout, broad glutathione as transverse or GST critical for toxin conjugation. Weight loss and metabolism. Extra weight contributes to inflammation and hormonal imbalance, accelerating aging. Excess weight, especially visceral fat or the deep belly fat around organs, isn't just a stroke UC. It's a metabolically active and endocrine organ that spit out inflammatory cytokines, disrupt hormones, and directly accelerate aging at the cellular level. Weight loss and metabolism, intermittent fasting, 16 pill X method, or promotes fat burning by lowering insulin and increasing growth hormone. Intermittent fasting, or EF, particularly the 16 pill egg method, or fasting for 16 hours, eating with heat and 8-hour window, is one of the most effective ways to burn fat, reduce inflammation, and slow aging by activating cellular repair pathways. Energy stores and use are regulated by hormones like insulin, glucagon, and leptin. Okay, nutrient and cellular health. The body requires 92 essential nutrition, including mineral, vitamin, amino acid, and fatty acid. Avoid processed food, sugar, gluten, and unhealthy oils. Prioritize organic whole food. K supplement, collagen, zinc, magnesium, selenium, and vitamin B, C, and E. Hormonal balance, cortisol or stress hormone and decline growth hormone level contributes to aging. Thyroid hormone, reproductive hormone, and hypothalamus function are critical for longevity. Okay, skin aging, interstitial aging or cellular senescence, and extrinsic aging or UV export toxin affect skin health. Antioxidant, vitamin C, E, and proper hydration mitigate oxidative damage. Lifestyle factor, sleep, essential for hormonal balance and cellular repair. Exercise, improve circulation, oxygen delivery, and muscle strength. Mental health, positive thought, and stress management enhance immunity. Detoxification protocol or liver gallbladder flush like apple juice, grapefruit juice, and magnesium. Kidney cleanse, herbal teas, B6 and magnesium, or lymphatic drain, manual therapy and herbal support. Intestinal cleanse, high fiber diet, activate charcoal and hydration. Conclusion. Aging can be managed by addressing cellular health, detoxification, hormonal balance, and nutrition. A holistic approach combining diet, exercise, stress management, and target detox promotes longevity and vitality. Simple ways to stay young. Yeah, I can explain with an anti-aging that's like the first one, lentinejet nuts, vegetable, fruits, nuts, cornstarch, virgin olive oil. Avoid sugar, avoid processed foods, avoid fried foods, avoid additive and foods you don't understand. Everyone is different. Like me, I eat all my meals within a 6-hour window. My last meal of the day at 11 p.m. So I fast until bedtime. I like the 6-hour eating and 18 hours fasting pattern. But everyone is different. I feel this pattern is more supportive for high quality sleep. If you are overweight or have high blood sugar levels, it will reduce blood flow to your brain, accelerate the aging of your brain, increase inflammation, and cause fat cells to produce something called adipokines, which are inflammatory molecules. It can also alter your genetics fat stores toxin. You are more likely to experience depression and will damage your immune system. It can also turn healthy testosterone into unhealthy form of estrogen that can trigger cancer and disrupt your sleep. And then people say, this fat shaming, but that's not what it's about. As you gain weight, the size and function of your decrease. Someone has to speak the truth that having an healthy weight is bad for your brain and body. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Desi. Amazing, you put everything together. So, yes, definitely by talking about, she mentioned everything. So the weight gain, the weight loss, the disharmony, whatever happens in the body, all goes back to the trinity of the degeneration, trinity of the disease. When we take care of those raw materials, such as the deficiencies, take care of intoxication, and we have enough energy for anabolic metabolism, the problem happens in the body when the body gets into catabolic metabolism. That's everything shattered, every problem comes up. So we have to keep our body in anabolic state by removing the deficiency, by removing the intoxication, by bringing the mitochondria to function. So when we do this, the body stays at anabolic states, and we feel good. We are in homeostasis. We are the entire body works harmoniously because we are holistic being, right? So so the weight gain is one of them too. That's a manifestation of intoxication and deficiencies. So I always talk in my course that I always had challenges with people that come into for weight loss to me. People with cancer, malignancy is so easy to deal, but when they come for weight loss, it's so hard to deal with because they become so emotional and they keep saying we are doing everything, but we don't lose a pound. And so that's how you have to explain it to them. As long as your body is disharmonious, is not in homeostasis, as long as your metabolism is not in an anabolic state, as long as your cells are not sufficiently nutrified, as long as your cells are intoxicated, and the mitochondrial, the powerhouse of your cells, is not working in your favor, here you go. Anything can manifest. So when we take care of this, and you see, without any much, hard work of dieting, doing this, doing that, we lose excess weight. So simple. And this is something that I have been doing it for 3 decades, and I know I'm passing it to you based on my clinical experience, based on my study, my research, and everything. So take care of this. You're good to go. Keep regenerating. You have done fantastic job, all of you, the scholars. You are wonderful. And Dr. Hurley, who did it? Dr. Pratami, Dr. Melissa, Dr. Dini. Dr. Dini just the only one who said that growing older was Dr. Dini. So that's a great job. Dr. Tara, you all did great job. Dr. Desi, and please keep doing the wonderful work and keep watching the videos. If anytime that you watch, you will learn something new, and sometimes you miss. Myself too, and sometimes I watch something 3 times, say, oh my God, I didn't notice it the first time. The second time, the third time, you always, there are points that you miss, and the first time, second time, and the more you watch, the more details you get. And thank you so much for referring to my book and to the course, which is amazing. I made it so simple for you. Okay, you don't need any hard things. So many literature, so many scientific data, so many this. Simplify your life by quantum anti-aging. So simple. Okay, thank you. And we're gonna have, thank you, Dr. Desi. Great job. I think, Dr. Farbod, we're gonna go for 5 minutes.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. It's inspiring to see young doctors dive into the complex world of anti-aging. Your work reflects not only scientific curiosity, but also a deep commitment to improving quality of life and transformation of medicine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Dr. Rosiana mentioned about the regeneration in the nature. That was great point. Thank you.
Yes.
And
Yes.
let us have a 5-minute break, if you allow us, Dr. Zarin.
Yes, 5 minutes. Let's go. Just grab
Okay.
a cup of tea and come back. The next Dr. Maria is going to have a fascinating presentation on some new technology, how to lose weight with that, and how to bring your body into harmony. We have a lot to say. Sometimes a little bit of technology gives us a little bit of fun to deal with some issues, right? In addition to all holistic approach and everything. So 5 minutes, we're gonna come back here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Prof.
Hey, hello everyone.
Yes, Doc.
Hello, everyone.
Hello,
Yes,
Doc.
Professor. Hello.
Back to the house.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Maria, I think
Yeah, let's
Dr.
start
Farbo,
the
do you want
second
to?
segment of our conference. And okay. I want to start and introduce our next speaker, Dr. Maria Grazia. Is a doctorate of natural medicine, faculty and educational conference associate of integrative medicine department of Bioquantum Academy. The topic for today is the science of vibrotactile technology in anti-aging. Welcome, Dr. Maria, and the floor is yours. Please resume your lecture.
Thank you, Dr. Farbod, and all of you were just amazing. I'm just sitting on the edge of my chair. Thank you so much for sharing yourselves, and it just brought me back in my years of, a couple of decades ago, of when I was in your seat and I was preparing my papers and my presentations to the faculties of my university. But today, I want to have a conversation. All right. Is anybody open to having a conversation rather than a presentation? Would that work for you?
Better.
Right? Excellent. Excellent. So, I do have slides. I do have everything just because I want to give you also a visual understanding of vibrotactile technology. But before I do that, I need to present myself. I need to present myself in a way where, Dr. Farbod did a great job in introducing me, but there's one aspect of myself where yes, I am a doctor of natural medicine. I specialize in energy medicine, vibrational medicine, orthomolecular nutrition. And what I am at the forefront is an avid researcher of the neuroplasticity of the brain and its capacity to heal over, itself on its own. Right? And I've been for over 2 decades doing research and researching and studying the neuroplasticity of the brain, from pain management to regeneration of muscles, tissues, and bones, has been so fascinating. And I want to bring this fascinating moment to you in a way that, I hope it stays with you at some point. Okay, so just for us to understand, I know we're all doctors and we all understand what the neuroplasticity is, but just to remind you, it's nothing more than the brain's ability to change and adapt throughout the person's life. So it literally means brain, the neuro, and moldability, so the plasticity, okay? So I'm going to share a little story about myself. I am actually the living testament of the neuroplasticity of the brain and the brain's capacity to heal. See, as a survivor of an arteriovascular malformation that unfortunately bled and caused my brain injury under the left occipital area of my brain, resulting in my vision loss. Okay, so I'm going to show you how my vision loss looks like. You're okay with that? All right, so I'm going to start sharing my screen and I'm going to show you how the vision loss looks like. Just bear with me a moment. Okay, just bear with me because I am visually impaired.
Your time, doctor.
All right, just hold on a second here. Hold on. Just give me one moment and I will have this done. Okay, here it is. Okay, so here it is. I'm sharing now. I don't know if most likely doctors have seen what a vision field looks like. Okay, Can everybody see my screen?
Not yet, doctor.
There you go. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Excellent. So this is a visual field test. Now, the reason why I'm showing you is, first of all, I can say, that I am visually impaired, but this is my left eye. As you can see, I have only 15% of visual field index, okay, on my left eye. And in my right eye, I have 14% of visual field index, okay? So this means that my vision field is so limited, it's like looking through a straw. And it's not a quality of life that I recommend anybody to live. So I'm going to stop sharing a moment. Okay? And the reason why I'm sharing this is because I need you to understand how it looks like to have brain injury and how it looks like now to have a quality of life that it's through a straw. My life is looking through this little hole, okay? Now, how did I come as an avid researcher create a new quality of life for myself? So this is what I want to bring to your attention, okay? So my drive to getting a better quality of life brought me to expand my research in the neuroplasticity of the brain. Learning how to use surrounding areas of the injured area right under the left occipital bone and to enhance my vision and quality of life as well. So as I was going through this journey, I discovered that as I was healing my brain, I was also experiencing the phenomenon of the 3 R's: repair, replace, and regenerate, as mentioned in Professor Zarin's book, right? And referring to as well. So therefore, my aging process was slowed down. Not only I was healing my brain, I was also slowing down my aging process. And therefore, I am now growing older, not aging and deteriorating. Does that make sense? Good. Okay, so I had the homeopathic approach as well, and it worked fantastic. And the homeopathic approach that I was using was the arnica montana and the belladonna to manage the headaches. And but one technology that I really was passionate about was the vibrotactile technology. So the vibrotactile technology is another technology that actually stimulates the regeneration process for the anti-aging, and not only helps regenerate the brain, but slowing down what the natural process is for anti-aging. Okay, so let's start having a conversation in regards to what vibrotactile technology really is. Okay, so I'm going to share my slides. Is that okay? All right.
Yes, please.
All right, so let's start with learning about vibrotactile technology. Just bear with me a moment. And let me start the slide before I all right, here we go. I just want to make sure I'm starting from the beginning. And let me start the presentation. Okay, all right, so here we are. I'm going to share my screen now. And let me know if you all see my screen.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, so let's start with from skin to brain. So the science of the super patch. Now I'm using a product, it's called the super patch, but I'm not referring to selling the product, but I'm referring to explaining the technology that that we're talking about. And this company explains it the most powerful way and detailed way. I've been using so many patches now since I've had my brain injury. It's been now 15 years. I went through so many technologies, and the vibrotactile technology is one of the best that I have found. So this is one of the companies, but there's been other companies out there like LifeWave and so forth. But let's see how this company actually explains the vibrotactile technology. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this here. So optimal neurological and your health. So please bear with me a moment because as I said, I'm visually impaired. I don't read well what's on the screen. So most likely I would be reading and sometimes just speaking as of, I have very well knowledge of the topic. So the human body functions at optimal efficiency where the networks managing our body and mind are in balance. So the autonomic system is part of the peripheral nervous system responsible for regulating the individual body or the involuntary body functions. Okay, this integrated communication structure regulates a variety of body processes that take place without conscious effort. Okay, so we're not thinking about breathing. We just breathe, correct? So genetics, injury, illness, drugs, stress, and other trauma factors, functions compromise this system. So misalignment within the communication of the neural networks can trigger dysregulation of physiological, emotional, and psychological functions. Okay, so I like to put this in a, let's say, the pyramid of our nervous system. Okay, so it is about our nervous system here. So our brain and central nervous system control every physical, biological, chemical, emotional, and psychological function in our body. So I will actually say that our brain and central nervous system control every physical, biological, chemical, emotional, and physical and psychological function of our body. Okay, so the brain is in control. All right, so the brain is on the top. It's at the top of there, and it always controls. So it doesn't matter what. Actually, the body functions stop. The last thing to die, unfortunately, would be the brain, right? But we want to understand that the brain is in control of everything. So that's why we need to learn about the neuroplasticity and how the brain works, okay? So how does your neurology impact your health? So as you can see here, when the neurological, so the optimal health, optimal neurology equals optimal function, and therefore homeostasis that we've been talking about throughout the whole conference right now. It's reaching homeostasis. So non-functioning, when you're not in homeostasis, you'll have the aches, the pain, the lower energy, the poor sleep, the poor mobility, neuropathy. The recovery of the neuropathy is very slow. There's stress, the cognitive decline, poor metabolism, mood and anxiety. So instead, when we are, of course, in balance, and therefore there is homeostasis, we're pain-free, right? We have more energy, optimal sleep, increased mobility, more vitality and strength, improved balance and stability, cognitive performance, reduced stress, enhanced mode, optimized metabolism. Therefore, anti-aging. Actually, we are there growing older rather than going into the aging process of degenerating our cells. Okay? So a unique approach to common problems. So our solution, therefore the patch solution, the vibrotechnology solution, is based on the premise that maintaining optimal neurology is the foundation to achieving and maintaining optimal health. The path to a solution was, of course, answering a few questions. So what is optimal neurology? How to identify it? How to measure it? Okay, so this is where we're going to go into how it helps, how to help it. All right, so measuring optimal neurology. Now, you all will appreciate that how we measure optimal neurology. I want to bring to your attention that the global standard for normal EEG is the Loretta database with the University of Zurich. With a database of over 200,000 EEG readings, it is recognized as the comprehensive database of available research for comparative EEG analysis. Loretta database, an EEG-based neuroimaging, of course, most of you may be familiar with that, converts neural activity to represent the structure and function of the brain. Okay? It is the backbone of clinical EEG studies and biofeedback research, and you all may agree with that. All right, so our approach and understanding. So the super patch developed proprietary algorithmic analysis tools and filters leveraging Fourier transforms and others mathematical constructs to analyze over 200,000 EEG sets in the Loretta database. This approach and development process revealed remarkable understandings and proprietary breakthroughs. So the first breakthrough to a solution was neural development sequences, so the NDS. Okay, so the development of the human brain and its processes from the neural groove to adulthood is an innate neural processes and sequences. Okay, there can be compromised by genetics, injury, illness, drugs, stress, and other factors leading to neurological and physical challenges. The patches or the vibrotactile technology, they have decoded the sequences as sets of complex neurological signals. Okay, so the second breakthrough was the neuroregulatory process, so the NRP. So when we hypothesized that if there were neurological, so the NDSs, there must also be a neurological regulatory process. So if there's a system, there's also a process, right? That governs the development sequences. So a major breakthrough was that deciphering and decoding of this process as sets of complex neural signals. This is a proprietary knowledge. So how do we assist the NDS and the NRP? So when these neural processes are outside of normative or optimal function, we see issues with autonomic function and other quality of life challenges. Our research concluded that if correct neural signals could be generated in a non-invasive process, they could greatly compensate dysregulated NDS and NRP signals, leading to normative functions in neural networks and the automatic system, leading to optimal homeostasis. So delivering a solution. So maintaining optimal neurology assists your body and to achieve and maintain optimal health. Your best health is possible through proper balance and homeostasis of neural networks. So decades of scientific literature strongly suggests that haptic perception and vibrotactile stimulation would reduce the fight or flight sympathetic response when it isn't needed, allowing the body to rapidly restore its natural homeostasis and balance. From skin to brain. So here's how it works. So the science of haptics. Sensation is input about the physical world obtained by our sensory receptors. Perception is the process by which the brain selects, organizes, and interprets these signals and these sensations. So recently, research have expanded on the idea of haptic perception and have proposed a more extensive theory called the pattern theory of haptic perception. This theory explains how the brain intercepts information from the somatosensory system in the whole. Okay, so pattern theory states that the sensation we feel is essentially first created through a specific pattern of nerves that are activated and then eventually decoded by the brain. So for example, if I am touching something that is hot, the brain decodes from my fingers, because I'm touching it, that's vibrotactile, I'm decoding that I need to remove this hand. My brain automatically tells me, remove my hand because your hand will burn, okay? So pattern theory was first hypothesized by a study on pain and itch perceptions. So the theory states the pain signals are sent and perceived by the brain when a specific pattern and combination of receptors are activated. So it's basically a code. There are no unique or specific circuits for any distinct sensation. Instead, sensations are encoded into signals, resulting in the designated perceived sensation. So we basically what happened was they hacked this system. So the developers of this patch hacked and harnessed the haptic perception. Okay, so what they use the neural decoding of the human haptic response, the pattern theory of the haptic perception, and frequency interference math to the free nerve endings and mechanical receptors to generate compensatory signs or signals for compromised NDSs and NRSs. Okay, so once we deducted the proper sequences of receptors to replicate optimal NDS and NRP signal, we encrypted the sequence and combination of receptors into a vibrotactile pattern using biometric encryption and inverse transforms. So it's basically like the precise combination of free nerve endings and mechanic receptors is encrypted in a fingerprint. Okay, so in the pattern, it's like the language of the brain. So recent Nobel winners, researchers identified ion channels in our skin that create and transmit neural signals. Okay, so this is basically how it looks like. It's the reception. It's actually the if you see all these little patterns here, these little grooves, they actually look like our fingerprints. So every bodily function has a neural code, including breathing, walking, balance, pain management, stress, sleep immune response, and so forth. The neural codes get damaged or stuck for a million reasons that lead to poor health, wellness, and performance. They basically get interrupted. These signals get interrupted because of our body being out of balance. That's the bottom line. So the pattern and ridges on the patches are like QR codes that help repair the neural codes, allowing our bodies and minds to operate at the highest levels. So these super patches all have their own QR codes, so you can actually work with and balance anything you're dealing with through a specific code. So how it works. So this is it. So this is how vibrotactile technology through the patches works. So efficiency and differences. So this is our brain. And once the brain has, we apply the patch anywhere on the body, our brains on a super patch vibrotactile technology, how it works. So you can see the red areas are the areas affected by stress, by toxins, whatever that may be in that moment. And the green actually is the balance now that the brain has acquired for the brain, therefore, to heal itself. Okay, so the vibrotactile technology helps our neural haptic system generate compensatory neural NDS and NRP signals that help our neurology and physiology reach and maintain better homeostasis, providing a better quality of life and enhanced wellness. So, how does it work? Very simple. So we have a patch. So trigger and response. This is the first level of how it works. So contact with the encrypted pattern to the skin area triggers a neural response that sends information from the receptors to your brain stem, okay? Then it affects the body. How it affects it after the process, that information, the central nervous system distributes the commands to your peripheral nervous system, affecting various functions in your body, from pain regulation to motor control and balance. And also not only balance, also reducing the aging effect, the deterioration of our stem cells that we've been discussing all during the day. So you can feel the difference immediately. So the effect is instant, ranging from improved balance, mobility, and pain management to better energy levels. Maintaining optimal neurology assists your body to achieve and maintain optimal health. So this is actually, studies have been done. Not going to go too much into the details of all the studies, and I'm more than happy to send any of these research documentations that I have available. But it's backed by the research. It's it's proven by science. So the vibrotactile technology incorporates vibrotactile technology, leveraging the pattern theory of haptic perception into socks, or even the patches or products that actually can hold the pattern and have it available to have it contact with the skin. Okay, so and this technology has pioneered proprietary non-electrical and drug-free haptic stimulation technology that recent studies show improvement in improved power and strength, so energy, in improved balance and stability, improved pain and discomfort management, improve neural wellness, improve sleep, improve cognitive performance, and reduces stress. And also, there's a point missing, it enhances the growing older factor that we've been discussing. So the anti-aging factor is here in the vibrotactile technology. So
Sorry, Dr. Maria, for interrupting you.
Yes, no problem.
Yeah, just 1 minute.
1 minute left. Oh boy.
Yeah.
So I'm going to stop here then. So I just wanted to show you how the patch looked like, what it's good for. And studies show that one of the patches that I usually use is this one here, but I do not need to go through all the patches because that is not what we need to do. I'm just going to stop sharing right now. Yep. Okay. All right. So this is just a conversation as I was having, and I want to increase your awareness of other technology that is out there, and having an understanding that it is important that, you know, we open our minds and open, you know, to a place of understanding that the body's programmed to heal, hands down. We all agree about that. But it does need help. Sometimes it does. We all agree about that. And we just need to be open and curious in understanding what is available for us to help the body in the natural ways. And what I loved about this vibrotactile technology, there is nothing that you need to add. No ingredients are in this. It's just the natural stimulation of the brain. That's all it is. And you know how many of us have in our clinics products that expire? Well, this doesn't expire because it doesn't have anything. That is such a great thing. But I'm open to answer any of your questions about the vibrotactile technology and the neuroplasticity of the brain. And I hope you enjoyed this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Grazia. Your presentation offers such a meaningful perspective in this new technology. And please let me ask from Dr. Faisal to start. And if there was any question about viral reactor technology, please write it in the chat, and we go with it in the panel discussion because of the limitation of time. Thank you so much. Dr. Faisal is a classical homeopathic practitioner, educator, and faculty of Classical Homeopathy Department of Bioquantum Academy from Canada. The topic is dream interpretation and homeopathy. Dr. Faisal, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction, Dr. Falbert.
Yeah.
I had one question, before I start, for Dr. Maria. So thank you so much, Dr. Maria. It was a wonderful presentation, something really new. I just wanted to ask, the images that you showed about your vision, was it before you started using the patch or was it after?
It was actually after the patch. My visual impairment originally was 3% vision field.
Wow.
Okay.
Great
And I
improvement.
started using the patch. Now I'm at 15% vision field. And I started using this patch 2 years ago.
Wow.
Yes, I can make a comment here because I know Dr. Maria for a long time and what happened to her. And yes, the time it was 2014 or 15 that we were working together, and she came and she said her vision is 4%. And and it was very devastating for me, for everybody around. So I think during that time she worked on it. And when last year she told me that her vision is 14%, I said, how did you do it? And she explained it to me. And so anyways, the patches that she has, I'm an Orthodox homeopath, and you know that nothing, I can replace homeopathy for me, but I tried everything that she gave me. And it was fascinating to use them with the QR code and the way that she explained to me. But I mean, yes, I think I remember exactly that how she increased her vision during this time. But she's a natural medicine doctor as well. She's
Yes.
homeopathy. She's using a lot of natural modalities, disciplines, and everything. She has a great lifestyle as well. And definitely, in addition to that, maybe the patches also.
Yes, most definitely. The combination of both made a great impact.
Yes. Okay, Doctor. I'm so curious to know what Dr. Faisal is going to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because somebody asked me, what is dream to do with anti-aging, How will dream help you with anti-aging? So we will try and understand. So today, we had fascinating, talks from all the speakers as well as the research students. It was wonderful. And we all talked about, maintaining the physical health, and reversing the aging. Uh, Most of us, we talked about physical health. We did touch the mental health. So now dreams, when we talk of dreams, it's mostly related to your mental health. Remember now, if you are mentally healthy, you will age backwards. You need to be mentally healthy so that you can reverse the process of aging, or you can at least halt the process of aging. We will talk about what kind of role dreams have in anti-aging. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about what is the importance of dreams in homeopathy. So this is a really vast topic. It is a big topic actually. But in Bioquantum Academy, we've made classical homeopathy so simple that you do not have to undergo 4-year and 5-year bachelor programs like what Dr. Parveen Zareen and what me, we went through before actually getting bachelors in homeopathy. So we've simplified a lot of things. And dream, if you want to understand dreams and homeopathy, it's more than 100 hours of lecture. But now we are trying to simplify things so that everybody understands classical homeopathy, so that we can get more students in classical homeopathy. So this is my aim, to simplify classical homeopathy and to make awareness of classical homeopathy is not that difficult. It is difficult, I agree, but yeah, with with proper guidance, it can become quite easy. So, dreams that way, they are a window into your mind, revealing deep thoughts, emotions, and desires. We all dream. I hope everybody dreams, right? Yeah. We all dream, and all the dreams, they reveal something deeper, some deeper emotions, our desires. And dreams, basically, they are mental experiences either in the form of images, ideas, or sensations. And during certain stages of sleep, we get dreams. Okay. The dreams can be vivid, they can be emotional, they can be symbolic. Okay. Many times you do not understand why you're dreaming of things. Sometimes, I dream that, I'm flying in air. Why do I have that kind of dream? Yeah. Sometimes, people come and tell me, my patients come and tell me, I have dreams that, I'm falling into the water, I'm sinking, and somebody is trying to, take me more deeper and deeper into the water. What all these things mean, it is really very important. So, dream interpretation is not something new. Ancient cultures, specifically the Egyptians and the Greeks, they believed that dreams were messages from the divine. Even psychologists, great psychologists, Freud and Jung, they brought scientific analysis into the dreams. Carl Jung, he said that dreams reveal archetypes and the collective unconscious, helping with self-integration. And Sigmund Freud, he said that, dreams are a way of wish fulfillment and distinguished between manifest and latent content. Remember now, we have two types of dreams. Dreams which are bad dreams and dreams which are really good dreams. We all should have good dreams. All right. But remember, too much of anything is not good. People who keep on dreaming whole night, just imagine, okay, what they go through. We'll try and understand all these things. So this is what, in past people have talked about. Freud has said that, dreams are because of something unconscious. I desired of, marrying, I desired of getting married second time. All right. It doesn't come up, it is somewhere there in my unconscious mind. Okay. I do not even notice it. And I get the dreams of getting married to somebody. I told my wife that day, I dreamt of getting married to somebody and it wasn't you. And she started telling and laughing at me. She told me, that means there is somebody you want to get married to. You don't want to marry, you want to marry somebody else, probably. You only tell me that, dreams have some unconscious desires, some unconscious motives, right? So I don't know. I need to analyze that dream. I will. So Jung and Hall, and there's so many people, they talked about dreams in different varying patterns. What we need to understand now from the physiological perspective is that dreams basically occur during the rapid eye movement sleep, right? We all go through the rapid eye movement sleep. And the sleep cycle, so the basic sleep cycle is divided into 4 stages, and we have around 90 to 120 minutes of one entire sleep cycle. And this sleep cycle keeps on repeating at an average of 3 to 5 times per night, or sometimes even 7. So this is the reason why somebody may have dreams several times. Remember now, rapid eye movement sleep, it remains for only certain moment or for certain duration, right? But still we dream many times. It's because we have many sleep cycles when we sleep, right? And after you cross the deep sleep, we have this rapid eye movement stage where we go into vivid dreaming. So basically, the amygdala, the hippocampus, and the prefrontal cortex are very, very active during your rapid eye movement sleep. And rapid eye movement sleep features rapid eye movements and vivid dreams, and it's crucial for memory and emotional regulation. Remember, if you do not go under rapid eye movement sleep, there are many people who are very, very light sleepers. Many people, because of a lot of stresses, they don't undergo rapid eye movement sleep. And that's the reason why we have a lot of cases of Alzheimer's today. We have a lot of cases where emotional regulation is so, so difficult, right? Anger, frustration, anxieties, all these things to some extent are also because we are not sleeping really very well, or we are not going into the rapid eye movement sleep very often when we are sleeping at night. So there are different type of dreams. We have lucid dreams, we have nightmares, recurring dreams, and healing dreams, which serve different purposes. So lucid dreams, basically, in this, the dreamer becomes aware they are dreaming and may control the dream's direction. They offer insight into subconscious desires and also fears. Nightmares are intense, disturbing dreams that often reflect anxiety, trauma, or unresolved emotional conflicts. They are very, very common in young children. I don't say that adults do not get nightmares. Even they do get nightmares. And if they are getting nightmares, if we as adults are getting nightmares, it's basically because of anxiety, because of some unresolved trauma or emotional conflict. Then recurring dreams. This is the most common one where we repeat certain similar themes, similar themes like, water. So one day I'll dream of, swimming. Another day I dream of getting drowned. Another day I dream of just seeing fish in the water. So the common theme is water, right? So this is many times people may have such recurring dreams. What we look into those recurring dreams is the common theme that the people experience. So these recurrent dreams basically often signal an unresolved issue or a persistent life challenge. They encourage self-reflection and also action. And healing dreams, basically, they are the dreams that bring emotional or physical healing by processing grief, trauma, or providing profound insight. They often mark deep inner transformation. So why do we dream then? Yeah, theories include problem solving, emotional processing, and memory consolidation. The subconscious, remember, mind holds beliefs, the fears, and even memories that influence our dreams. Dreams are often reveal unconscious thoughts and emotional truths. And in classical homeopathy, basically, dreams enhance the patient understanding, and hence they help us in individualization and proper prescription. Remember, not all the cases we can prescribe through dream interpretation. Only the patients who come and tell us that, who can come and describe the dreams and we can understand the dreams, only then through that we can go through the homeopathic prescription. I'll share one example and then we'll get an understanding about that. So there are a lot of symbols in the dreams, as I mentioned earlier, like dreams, where you keep seeing water, flying or falling, So they all have different meaning. For example, dreams of flying, they indicate the need for freedom. Okay. Now, if a person comes and tells me, I have dreams of flying, I try to ask further, what is happening in that dream? If the person says that, I'm enjoying that flight, okay, it means that they have some, this dream is related to the past events that have been successful. If the person comes and tells me that, I feel really, very anxious when I am flying in my dream, that's a sign of some physical illness. And if the person comes and tells me, I'm flying and I keep flying higher and higher and higher, okay, it means that this person is really very ambitious. They have really very high plans. They have good, they can, think beyond what a normal human being usually will try and think. And they are very, very career oriented. So these things help us in understanding few homeopathic remedies. Then we have dreams of snakes. Okay, it usually represents some kind of transformation, some kind of fear. Then dreams of teeth falling out, right? It represents anxiety about control or sometimes even appearance, loss of integral part of life. I had one patient who came and told me, you know what? He was very, very reluctant to share his personal details. But then he talked about the dreams. He told me that, doctor, I have dreams that, my teeth are falling out. I tried to ask him further, what do you mean by that? What happens in the dreams? He said, in my dreams, all my teeth fall. And when my teeth fall, they are hanging in veins and arteries. And it's so, so, so painful. And it is very difficult for me to let the teeth go off. What do you understand by this? I knew that the dream represents something which he has lost in his life. I tried to ask him further, but he never revealed. He never told me anything about his past girlfriend, actually. Right? But after a proper homeopathic remedy, just one dose of that homeopathic remedy, and the next time the patient came and he told me, doctor, I feel so much better. I feel so much relieved after you gave me the medicine. Okay, I gave medicine based on the dream interpretation and then the physical complaints. He had terrible headaches and he had terrible colic, severe colic, which would come and go, come and go. And just a single dose, he started feeling really very good. And he told me, you know what, doctor, I didn't tell you one thing, but now I want to tell you something. You know what, doctor? My one of my I had just one girlfriend, in past, and I was very, very attached to her. I loved her very much, right? She left me. And when she left me, I felt that, it was very, very painful for me when she left. I still think about it. It's still difficult for me to let go those feelings. Do you all understand now? From where these dreams of teeth falling are coming now? Teeth represents that girlfriend, that integral part of his body, actually, integral part of his life, basically, right? Who left her, and after that, he has such kind of, pain and trauma. But just a single dose of a homeopathic remedy based on this dream, and he was completely better. His physical complaints were better. He was able to let go, the feelings of all those, the past girlfriend and everything. So this is how beautifully homeopathic remedies work. And if we try to go in a proper path, it really helps us in understanding the remedy. So remember, when we are interpreting dreams, specifically from homeopathic perspective, we need to be really very careful, right? Many times you'll go into a wrong remedy. That's why I told you earlier also, only when a person comes and tells you the dream, which is very vivid and which can be explained, which can be interpreted very well, right? Only then you go through this route, and then you go and, physical complaints, and then you go and do the prescriptions, right? So not every time you can use dreams that way for homeopathic prescription, but yes, many times they do help you. So you many times use intuition, cultural context, and even dream dictionaries to uncover the meaning. The book that I use for for dream interpretation is this book. I don't know if you all can see this book. Okay. Okay, this is a book by Garuda. It is Dreamer's Dictionary. It is a wonderful book. I've used this in my practice. It is not related to homeopathy. It is more related to psychology, but it really helps you, to uncover the deeper unconscious state of your patients. So when you use them in your prescription, if you're very sure, or when the dreams are clear and repetitive, only then you use them in your prescription. So what are the benefits of understanding dreams? They help us in analyzing the dreams. They can aid in self-awareness, stress relief, and even personal growth. From homeopathic perspective, they can provide a potential differentiation and remedy selection. Research says that studies show that rapid eye movement sleep enhances memory, creativity, and emotional resilience. And psychotherapists often use dream analysis to help their clients uncover unconscious issues and to promote healing. So dreams and healing, dreams can foster emotional and spiritual healing, often respected in many indigenous cultures. And what's the role of dreams and anti-aging? This is all our conference is about, right? So how do dreams help in anti-aging, right? So dreams basically are a gateway to the subconscious mind, where a lot of emotional stress and psychological aging can build up. Remember now, not only physical aging, we can age psychologically too, right? Like Dr. Zareen, she is physically as well as emotionally as well as psychologically very, very young. I'm 40 years old, but sometimes I feel I'm 60, emotionally and psychologically I feel I'm 60, you know. There are people who are just 30 years old, and sometimes they may feel that they are, more than maybe, 70, 80, or sometimes even younger, 7 years old. So a lot of things, anti-aging, aging that way, in relation to emotional stress and dreaming is quite helpful. So stress, trauma, and unresolved emotions, they contribute hugely to aging, not just emotionally, but also physically, like, wrinkles, poor sleep, inflammation, cortisol overload, a lot of things are there. So dreams also help in processing and releasing hidden stresses. When you bring unconscious fears, grief, and tensions into conscious awareness through dream work, you lighten your emotional load. This creates a calmer nervous system, which lowers stress hormones like cortisol, and cortisol is a major driver of premature aging. We all know that, right? Even sleep quality is another massive factor. Engaging with your dreams can improve your relationship with sleep. Sigmund Freud, he always used to write down whatever dreams he used to get, because usually, when you get up in the morning, you forget the dreams. So immediately, if you write down the dreams, you can sit down and analyze and think about it. Okay, this is also one way of improving your age and becoming youthful. So engaging with your dreams can improve your relationship with sleep, making it deeper and more restorative. Deep and restful sleep is when your body regenerates, repairs cells, boosts collagen production, balances hormones, and these are all critical for keeping you young. Mindset and vitality are also key. So dreams often reflect where you are stuck or losing life force, right? Ki or prana, we call them in Chinese medicine or in yogic medicine. So by interpreting dreams and acting on their wisdom, people often recover passion, purpose, and joy. All these things that are natural, okay, they turn back the clock energetically. I've used this in a lot of my patients and I've seen great results. So it's not that, I'm just talking philosophical. This is not only philosophical, but there are a lot of researches that have been done. People have done a lot of research, like studies using EEG and MRI reveal patterns of brain activity during dreams. And dream research is a key that way to understand consciousness. Dreams may also process emotions and trauma, and frequent or vivid dreams can indicate psychological conditions or stress. And when you get them out, automatically the patients start feeling better. Now, in classical homeopathy, understanding a patient's mental and emotional state is a key to selecting the most accurate remedy. And dreams offer a unique, unfiltered window into a person's subconsciousness, like revealing the fears, desires, traumas, and even unresolved conflicts that may not openly be expressed, as I gave you an example of one of my patients, right? So dream interpretation basically helps you in individualizing a remedy. It helps you in giving an insight into the mind and body connection, confirmation or differentiation of remedies, and even tracking healing over time. So dreams help reveal a person's inner experience. For example, recurrent dreams of being chased reveals that you are anxious, you have fear, or you have some kind of insecurity. Dreams of water or drowning basically relate to some emotional overwhelm. Flying, I already talked about, desire for freedom, detachment. So these themes, they guide us into remedies that match the totality of symptoms, not just the physical ones. Dreams can show how psychological stress is affecting the physical health. And homeopathy considers both physical condition and emotional landscape when we are prescribing, right? That's why it is really very important. So if two remedies fit the physical picture but differ emotionally, dream themes usually can be helpful. For example, lachesis might show up. Okay, so now we'll talk about few homeopathic remedies. Lachesis might show up intense, violent, or jealous dreams, right? Patients sometimes are not physically they'll never tell you in front of you consciously, they'll never tell you they're jealous of somebody, but in the dreams, we can try and understand probably if they are jealous. We know the great remedy is lachesis then. Pulsatilla often aligns with soft, sorrowful, or abandonment dreams of being abandoned. Stramonium can show terrifying nightmares, fear of darkness, or even monsters. Again, in nightmares, specifically in children, okay, and then bedwetting, all these conditions, stramonium works really very well. So changes in dream content during treatment can reflect healing or uncover deeper emotional layers, right? So after giving the homeopathic remedy, when the patient comes and tells you that, I no more dream of something similar, or, my dreams they were very painful. They were not happy dreams. But now, after the treatment, my dreams are happy. I'm sleeping really very well. I wake up fresh. These are the subtle changes which patients will come and tell you. There are many other remedies and themes. For example, for nightmares, uh, frightening dreams. We have stramonium, belladonna, and hyoscyamus. Right? Stramonium is a good remedy for, again, I already talked about it, for nightmares and everything. Then belladonna is good remedy for vivid, intense nightmares with visions of ghosts, animals, or even wild fear. And hyoscyamus is for dreams of suspicion, jealousy, and even dreams of sexual content, right? Often disturbing or paranoid dreams. Pulsatilla, Natrium erraticum, and Ignatia, they cover abandonment, sadness, and loss. Anything related to this content, these remedies are usually very helpful, right? Anything related to sadness, any dreams related to sadness or loss or abandonment, think of these three remedies, right? Pulsatilla, where they have dreams of being left alone, sadness, whipping, often about losing loved ones, gentle, sensitive personalities, They are very, very gentle and sensitive personalities. Natrium erraticum have dreams of rejection, betrayal, or even past grief. So they often dream of the dead or unresolved emotional pain. And Ignatia have grief-based dreams again, specifically after a loss. Okay, a loss of any close or near, family members or even animals, your pets. So these people are highly emotional. Okay, they have emotional dreams, and when they cry, Ignatia patient, when they cry this way, with sighing, with a lot of, you will feel like crying when you see a patient, Ignatia patient crying in front of you, because they cry from their heart. This is how Ignatia patients are. So they sob, they sigh, sometimes, often, it's dramatic. Then again, we have we have the themes of anger, jealousy, and rage, where Noxomica, Lachesis, and Anacardium are beautiful remedies. Noxomica usually will dream of business, stress, conflict related to, family or related to business. And these patients usually are very, very irritable. Okay, very, very irritable patients. Lachesis, again, I already talked about this, jealousy, betrayal, or competition. And anacardium dreams are dreams that are really very violent and cruel, right? Reflecting inner conflict or even suppressed aggression, right? I remember one case of anacardium. There were two siblings, and the elder sibling was so cruel. He just pushed this little kid, little sister. He just pushed him across the stairs, and the little girl, she fell, and she had a severe head injury. And oh my God, this is how anacardium are. Anacardium patients will never think of anybody. They are so cruel, They are so violent, they are so cruel, and the same thing they'll have in their dreams also. In dreams also, they'll have dreams of fighting with people, dreams of hitting and beating people, bashing people. Then we have repetitive dreams or dreams related to guilt or even dreams related to OCD. We have arsenicum album where dreams of danger, thieves, or even of being pursued, right? Another remedy is again even natrium erraticum. They also dream a lot about thieves and robbers. Okay, so all these dreams basically reflect anxiety, insecurity, and perfectionism. And we have syphilinum, where there are repetitive and obsessive dreams, fear of disease, and even insanity. The theme of water, drowning, or flooding, again, we have two different homeopathic remedies. One is Thuja, where we have dreams of falling, water, or being hollow inside. It often reflects shame, secrets, or identity confusion, specifically in people who are very, very sexually active and, who betray their partners, who go and, have many affairs, but they don't tell those things to their partners, but somewhere inside they have this guilt. They will have such kind of dreams. Okay, Thuja works really very well in such cases. Even Calcutta carp, they have dreams of drowning, falling, or being overwhelmed. Okay, and they have dreams basically because of insecurity and fear. We have other two remedies, sulfur and phosphorus, for freedom and flying. These patients like they always want freedom. They are stuck somewhere and they dream of having freedom. Okay, another remedy is also lycopodium, where they have recurrent dreams of flying. So sulfur may also have philosophical dreams, flying dreams, or dreams of traveling, right? Even dreams of fire. So these people are quite intellectual and spiritual types. Phosphorus often dreams of magical, bright, and connected, a connection to people. They are very vivid, colorful dreams. Phosphorus personality is a beautiful personality. They come and explain to you everything, and their dreams would be so colorful, so vivid. They can exactly explain everything to you. As if everything has happened for real. All right. So that's phosphorus. So, if we understand in conclusion, dreams that we are really powerful tools for insight and transformation. So, you should pay attention to their wisdom. All right. I understand it becomes too philosophical when we go too psychological. People who go too psychological, delve too deep into psychology, sometimes they appear to be quite philosophical, but there is a lot of scientific connection to with all these things, and there is a lot of research. So dreams are vital for emotional and cognitive processing. They offer a window into a subconscious mind, and dreams are a true aid for a classical homeopath in accurate prescribing. These are the references that I have taken. I hope I'm not too late. I think I finished on time, right?
Just 1 minute, please.
Yeah, wow. I timed myself. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank
I
you.
hope you all liked the presentation. It wasn't too heavy. I tried to make it as simple as I could, because I use dreams a lot, in my prescriptions, and they have helped me a lot.
Thank you so
Well,
much.
anyway, Dr. Faisal, we're going to have a lot to talk about on a panel discussion. If everybody agrees with that,
Oh, Dr.
have-
Zarin, Dr. Leonard,
Yes,
our
I know.
yeah.
Yes, Dr. Horowitz is going to be next, but after that, Dr. Horowitz, hello. Great to see you. Dr. Horowitz, can you hear us?
Yes, hi, how are you?
Oh,
Yes, hi,
welcome.
how are you?
Hi.
Okay. But after Dr. Horowitz, we're going to have the panel discussion if everybody wants. If not, we can do it tomorrow. But I mean, a lot to talk about the dreams, and if everybody agrees, because yeah, I wanna walk you through the chapter of the dreams on the our
Repertory.
which are there's 20 pages of the dreams. Homeopaths do not interpret dreams. We don't. We take them as symptoms to put it in the context of constitutional, and because interpretation from the unconscious or subconscious mind into the conscious world is not gonna work. Is not the same. So we cannot interpret anything from subconscious or unconscious into the conscious mind, to the reality. That's why a lot to talk about. If everybody agrees, you can wait. Otherwise, so Dr. Farwood, you can go ahead with the.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Giraj, for your insightful content and amazing presentation. And let me move forward for our next honorable speaker, Dr. Leonard Horowitz. He's a world-leading award-winning author, filmmaker, consumer health activist, energy medicine expert, behavioral science scholar, and pioneer in the exploding use of 528 Hz frequency in creative artistry and the healing arts and science. The topic is DNA repair by 528 Hz frequency. Welcome, Dr. Horowitz, and it's an honor to have you with us, and we are very much look forward to hearing from you. The floor is yours. Please resume your presentation.
Yes, I'm having a great deal of difficulty hearing you, but I'll see if I can get by. Okay. Would you like me to start?
Yes, please. Do you have
Okay.
our voice?
Okay. So I'm going to see if I can get this Zoom to share my screen here. Share screen. Windows application, share.
Yes, we have your screen now.
Okay, you see my screen? Yeah,
Yes.
good. Okay, so this is a new paper that I've been working on with colleagues. It's titled The 528 Frequency Constant in the Grand Unification Healing Paradigm. So really what this amounts to is a universal constant. A universal constant. That means it's central to the way that the entire universe is constructed. And it has a lot of implications for natural medicine and natural healing and frequency therapeutics. So let me just go over the abstract, and that'll give us a general overview of what this presentation is about. So in the study of musical mathematics, it's evidence that fundamental to cosmic design, life on Earth, and natural healing, there are facts that have been largely ignored, misrepresented, censored, and disparaged as pseudoscience. Yet, in recent years, peer-reviewed science, especially in the fields of quantum physics, epigenetics, and material science, has confirmed the therapeutic importance of certain frequencies of sound and light, intimately intertwined with cosmology. Much like ancient constants, such as pi, phi, the Fibonacci series, the importance of the mi note, the do, re, mi, the Mirigastorum note in the original solfeggio musical scale, has been misrepresented or neglected. It stands for miracles, and it resonates at 528 hertz frequency of sound. And interestingly enough, it also resonates at the surface plasmonic resonance of pure gold at 528 nanometers of green colored light, which is very interesting. So recent studies have proven the 520 frequencies of sound and light are highly therapeutic. These good vibrations have been proven to cure many diseases and are theorized to source the green color at the heart of rainbows. This 528 nanometer wavelength of solar radiation is largely responsible for life on Earth, generating chlorophyll's output of immune-boosting oxygen, an antioxidant breath of life. Curiously, the surface of pure gold has now been determined by plasmonic science to broadcast vividly 528 green light, combined with silver in pyramid capstones. That's what this study actually begins with. It goes into looking at what is the sacred geometry of the pyramid capstones that was made mostly of silver and gold for the resonance energy that it provided. The rulers of ancient Egypt believed that it provided eternal life, not only preserved the corpse, the body, but it also provided the vehicle by which we could commune with the divine. In other words, our souls would be saved, so to speak, in the Western world of religion, and that we would be engaged in that kind of similar theology that Jesus preached, and that actually Moses was very much into, and we'll get into this too, with regard to getting God, having God instruct Moses at Mount Sinai to commit his people and actually contract with the Israelites in order to have a divine contract that would sustain the lives of the Israelites, but also save their souls, so to speak. So these good vibrations have been proven to cure many diseases and are theorized to source the green color at the heart of rainbows. 528 wavelength of solar radiation is largely responsible for life on Earth. And combined with silver and pyramid capstones, as well as the breastplates that God told Moses to have his disciples wear for continued divine communion and protection, this miracle-making, soul-saving advice promised eternal life for the ancient Greeks, Egyptians, Israelites, early Christians, mystics, and Freemasons. This sequestered intelligence is especially applicable to clinical practices today and may help explain currently inexplicable healing events that are seemingly miraculous. For instance, the biophysics, quantum mechanics, and epigenetics involved in stem cell differentiation, which is a topic that is dear to the hearts of many in this conference, that this whole concept of stem cell differentiation, virtually from virtually nothing, there's no program, there is a potential for there being differentiation, but with stem cell differentiation, it hasn't happened. And in fact, more and more science is increasingly evidencing that this whole process of stem cell differentiation is a quantum experience. It's a quantum event. And the quantum field, of course, deals with plasmonics. It deals with the frequency dynamics in the quantum field. And this now is the key focus area of study, not just of my work here, but also largely internationally. Researchers are grasping what everyone in this panel has grokked years and years ago, is how important the quantum field is. That is the spiritual domain. And that is really the subject of this presentation. The great news, and I'll start off by sharing the great news. What is the great news? Well, the great news is that I'm advancing the thesis that we now have God's contract that requires specific practices, such as faith, such as trust, such as recognition of how important consciousness is, how important the quantum field is in the spiritual domain, particularly. And this whole concept that this represents a huge breakthrough in natural medicine and basically healing. So when I speak about 528 as a frequency, as the universal constant, and that serves what I call the grand unification healing paradigm. So there's a grand unification healing paradigm that I'm advancing with this research that has at the heart of it 528 frequency. And what is the basis of this? Many of you know I've been researching 528 for years and years, actually since 1998. So that's a long time. And it's only really recently that I can actually share with you the great news is that this now gives us an indication of what the elements are that are required for miraculous healing in God's domain, so that we, the people who are loving servants of the Holy Creator and hoping and praying to serve humanity in a meaningful way, this is crucial intelligence. And it deals with, as you can begin to see on the computer screen, you can begin to see where my team started, really. Victor Showell is a genius mathematician. Mitch Fine is an outstanding researcher. And yours truly have been advancing this 528 concept for quite some time. And if you look at the screen right now, you'll see that Showell had painstakingly produced what you're looking at. There is a central box in blue. The box has 9 frequencies in it, and that those frequencies, all of those frequencies, are intimately related to not simply what I've been saying for years, that there is a musical, mathematical matrix of divine design, intelligent design. It's all administered by musical mathematics. Creator's language is. So what you're looking at in the center portion of that mathematical matrix, Showell calls it the 528 magic 9 square. There's 9 core creative frequencies to the universe that I've published on numerous occasions. And now Showell advances further and shows us that those 9 core creative frequencies are central to ancient pi, ancient phi, Fibonacci series, universal construction, and cosmology, the way that the universe is administered, including calendars, including time, space-time. So that's what we're really looking at. This is creator's technology, and it's fundamental creative technology. So if we hope to recreate our bodies in perfect harmony, then what we would want to do is apply this intelligence and practically apply in clinic the frequencies that we're talking about here, particularly 528. So that's what this paper goes into. It goes into not just the cosmological space-time and the 528 and perfect circle of sound influence on cosmology, but also on all sacred geometry, And most important of these is that if we want to utilize creator's technology for miraculous healing, then what we would want to do is familiarize ourselves with that technology and understand this is a sacred trust. It's a sacred contract where these divine revelations are being revealed at this extremely important, urgent time in history, and that the planet seriously needs elevated consciousness, but also a lot of healing. So that's what this whole understanding brings about. And to give you the overview again, if you looked at the original pyramid structures in Giza and other pyramids, Saqqara Pyramid, you realize that the capstone was central to the energy manifesting and administering device. The pyramid was an energy device. And so what that promised the royals was eternal life. Well, the concept, how do you conceptualize eternal life? You can't do that without integrating an understanding of the soul. And so for years, I've been saying that the soul is energy, and the energy of the soul is basically, again, modulated by certain frequencies. And the capstones were made primarily of the superconductive elements of gold and silver. So now that we have about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago now, we have advanced science in plasmonic resonance and in quantum mechanics, understanding that 528 is pure gold. It's the resonance energy. It's been determined by plasmonic surface, plasmonic resonance studies that the surface of pure 24 karat gold resonates in 528. And interestingly enough, when you combine that with silver, which was done in the capstones, you have 2 superconductive elements operating. You have silver superconductor and you have gold superconductor. You have water, which is a liquid crystal superconductor of sound and light. That's in our bodies and also throughout the universe is full of water. But basically the understanding that the quantum dynamics of gold and silver have profound therapeutic value because primarily it's a blessing of God's creative technology that we've been given. It's really what it amounts to. So that's what this is. It's basically the universal constant is similar to homeostasis in the universe, and it's similar to the understanding that the entire universe is operating via frequencies, and the universe being as large and extraordinary as it is, and our creator is extraordinary as our creator is, that this is the force, the life force that presents these valuable opportunities for miraculous healing, particularly, and also raising consciousness. So that's really fundamentally what it is that we're talking about here in this paper. Now, this knowledge, this sacred arcana, it's called the ancient arcana, the secreted knowledge going way back. It was likewise shared with Moses at the burning bush in Mount Sinai. If you remember from Bible study, you remember that Moses was having a terrible time convincing the Israelites to trust in God and to trust in Moses. And so Moses was instructed by God how to secure a faithful contract, a sustaining contract with the Creator. And that was done by creating a breastplate that would be made largely of the same elements, silver and gold, that the pyramid capstones were made from. Now, for those of you who have studied my work, you remember that I've been saying that love is the universal healer, and 528 frequency is pure tone love. Now you engage what Jesus was engaged in, the understanding that really our contract with the Creator for saving our souls, because that was Jesus's main mission. It was to save souls. And so it's the same kind of soul energy that the ancient Egyptians revered that brought us into a divine communion. And that divine communion then enabled miraculous healing. And why is that? It's that way for two reasons. One is there's nothing missing, nothing broken in the kingdom of heaven. There's nothing missing, nothing broken in the homeostatic balance of the universe. There's nothing missing or broken in our relationship with God once we establish that relationship based on faith, trust, and following the law. The law. Again, what's the law? What's the law? It's mathematics. Creator's language is math. So 1 and 1 is always 2, unless you're a liar and a cheater. It never lies. Math never lies. The Creator's language is math. And then when we start to engage this study, some of this revealing work deals with gematria. That is the alpha numerics of both Hebrew and English language, where divine revelation and very important revelation comes about by understanding that the sound that I'm making with my voice right now is registering in your brain by way of a frequency hitting your nervous system, your brain, and it's stimulating your brain cells to basically recall what it is that I'm saying, and I have an understanding of it. So this concept that the universe operates by musical mathematics, and there's nothing missing or broken in that, that's the law. And then subsequently, when you understand that homeostasis, I don't think we need to have any additional evidence of there being homeostatic balance in the universe. It's surprising to me that we human beings are actually still alive after everything that we've been through all these years. But frankly, this whole concept of what it is that we're doing on planet Earth here, other than serving the Creator and our brothers and sisters in some meaningful way, I don't believe that there's a more important mission, as exemplified by Jesus' counsel, that if we want to save souls, then we've got to engage in this faith and trust and the law, which Jesus said was narrow, very narrow. It's as narrow as a radio station signal. It's as narrow as 528radio.com. If you go 527.com, you get static, you get nothing. Likewise with radio. You have to be specific for a certain frequency to be in divine communion, to be able to then facilitate the objective, and in this particular case, it's healing, miraculous healing. So this is sacred, ancient knowledge that has been suppressed. And evidence of it being suppressed is beautifully presented by Showell in his diagrams and his mathematical proofs of how the ancient pi, ancient phi, Fibonacci series, these ancient constants have been altered. Why were they altered? Not for lacking intelligence, but I believe for malice. You know, we could look at a number of examples. You could look at, for example, the Roman Catholic Church having secreted about 157 Gregorian chants, including the most spiritually uplifting hymn of all the ages, called the Hymn to St. John the Baptist. And that's the hymn that was sung to the original solfeggio musical scale, which Dr. Palaio and I came out with in 1998. So today we have do, re, mi, fa, sol, la. It used to be ut, re, mi, fa, sol, la, and the mi, do, re, mi, stood for Miragistorum in Latin and miracles in English. So the miracle note in the original solfeggio musical scale is 528. Now, that revelation, I certainly, you know, if you're reasonably intelligent, you can go, wow, that's pretty interesting. That's pretty cool. But it doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there. Because what's great about it is if you go into the Bible where this intelligence was obtained, the story is in the book Healing Codes for the Biological Apocalypse. It's one of my several books. It's up on Amazon Kindle. Healing Codes for the Biological Apocalypse. And that book presents the original solfeggio musical scale. And then what's interesting, it derives, this revelation derives from the book of Numbers. Here's your Numbers, mathematics. The book of Numbers, which was also Moses's chapter, one of Moses's chapters. The book of Numbers, chapter 7, verses 12 through 83. Now, in that section of the Bible, which I claim, it's obvious, is an encryption. It's an encryption that holds secret this divine revelation. So in 1998, Dr. Joseph Palaio, his story, he's my naturopathic, he's passed away now, but Joey was a colleague of mine in northern Idaho. And, excuse me, I'm a little under the weather these days, so I apologize. But basically, in that section of the Bible, every 6 verses, Now that's an interesting number, 6. Miracle 6. MI6. Do, re, mi, MI6. You've just diagnosed how British Secret Service got its name. But the 6 verses, again, 5 to 8 is a 6 in the numerology, in the basic numerology, where you reduce the multiple digit integers into the single digit integer. So you go 5 plus 2 is 7 plus 8 is 15, then 1 plus 5 is 6. So MI6, Miracle 6, is the gold offering. Now that's, for me, that's a mind blower, really, because it corroborates from the ancient Bible a secreted passage within the Bible that Dr. Joseph Paleo received from Jesus. That's the story. I'm not going to change the story. The first 6 chapters of the book is Joey's story, and he absolutely swore and claimed that he couldn't get this sacred knowledge from the Roman Catholic Church. He was a good spirit-filled Catholic, and he went to the cardinals and he went to the bishops, and they wouldn't give it to him. So he prayed to Jesus, and Jesus came in a vision, and Jesus showed Joey in this section of the Bible, the book of Numbers, chapter 7, verses 12 through 83, where there's a repeating series of verse numbers every 6 verses repeats. And the frequency of 528 that is obtained by simply reducing the multiple digits in the verse numbers. You take the verse numbers and you reduce it to a single digit. And then when you look and see this section of the Bible, this Bible section deals with what we, the people, are supposed to present to the holiest of holies, to God Almighty. And this is what it represents. And that is the gold offering is 528. So you go 5, 2, 8, 5, 2, 8, 5, 2, 8 throughout that entire section of the Bible. So you don't really need a computer to see it. You can just basically go into your Bible and you can do the math that I just shared, and you can see that that's the pattern of the third note of the original solfeggio musical scale that was associated with miracles, and that was also associated with the most valuable of all of the offerings that we could offer the Creator. That was the gold offering, and that is laying out 528. So just before that, you'll see that there is, in that solfeggio scale, silver is also mentioned. In fact, that section of the Bible highlights that which the ancient Egyptians used and knew to use for their superconductive energy capstones that promised eternal life and preservation of the physical body. So this is the technology that's absolutely extraordinary, and corroboration for this theory and my claims and my conclusions have been compounding over the years, so that at this point, it's, in my opinion, virtually unreasonable to deny what is so obvious and so beneficial. And that's what Victor Showell has done mathematically, and this paper goes into. So at this point, I don't know what else to tell you other than this is extremely wonderful. It's just the best. It doesn't get any better than this. It's the best news on the planet. When we understand that we have a loving God and we have a powerful God, we have a powerful creator that balances everything, and that this is the technology, the musical mathematical technology. In other words, it's virtually the kingdom of heaven. The kingdom of heaven in the religious world. A lot of people criticize me and, say, oh, well, he's into Jesus or he's into religion. That's their problem. The problem that they're missing something is the fact that these wonderful divine revelations are integrative. They integrate the Eastern and Western theology. This whole concept of there being a life force, the prana, the breath of life, and everything that we're talking about here has everything to do with God's promise to sustain us. And that's what the 528 frequency that's being broadcast, again, narrow, like a radio frequency signal. It's a narrow path, a narrow frequency range. And that's essentially what this concept of the 528 being at the center of what's keeping us alive, not simply spiritually, but physically, chemically. Because when you think about where does 528 come from in our lives, mostly from the green chlorophyll. Green chlorophyll, how wonderful, what a concept. Green chlorophyll is resonating at the heart of sunshine. That is 528 nanometers of sunlight. There got to be now about 2 or 3 dozen scientific peer-reviewed studies that now are corroborating that the 528 frequency of green color alone has miraculous healing capabilities. Now, this has great relevance to the topic of the Bioquantum Academy conference here, because we're looking at stem cells, undifferentiated stem cells. And the most advanced research indicates that if for us to actually develop optimal clinical applications of stem cells, then it would behoove us to understand how the creator works to differentiate stem cells. It doesn't have very much to do with DNA, contrary to popular misperceptions. The fact is that the most advanced science now is proving beyond any reasonable doubt that the frequency resonance that's taking place within the quantum field in and around stem cells has the differentiating capability. Now, let's see if I can pull up this. There's another chart that I added for a little explanation here. Let's see if I can get it. This is a long paper. I didn't mean to make it that long, but it's a complex topic. So here's your mitotic spindle apparatus. This is well known in science. But when you start to really look at this, my goodness, it's all electromagnetism. There's 2 bar magnets on the lower figure 9. Here's mitotic spindle division. How obvious is it that they share phenotypic similarities? So why is this being neglected? The answer, I believe, and I'm sad to say, that it has to do with the same reason that the Roman Catholic Church secreted the original musical scale. because it's so spiritually uplifting. It's so beautifully uplifting energetically that those in control of intelligence, such as in the United States today, Central Intelligence Agency, controlling our brains through mass media persuasion, and likewise in Great Britain, MI6, British Secret Service, it's the same divide and conquer through diversions and deceptions. And the main diversion is away from our spirituality. It's away from our divine miracle making capability. And so really this has profound implications right now for developing clinical devices and techniques for applying this information in various ways. This intelligence, in my opinion, opens up a kaleidoscope of wonderful opportunities in natural medicine, in the healing arts and sciences. And it doesn't speak well of drugs or vaccinations. It doesn't speak well of the manipulations of the population associated with these poisons. And why would we even consider that? It doesn't even make any sense when we consider ourselves spiritual beings before we're physical beings. And it's the same thing that we're witnessing by observing a stem cell undifferentiated, and then all of a sudden it starts to differentiate because it's been influenced by energy frequencies in the quantum field surrounding the genetic structure. But it's not the genetic structure per se that is causing the differentiation. It's actually the sound and light signaling. Sound and light signaling. It's called epigenetics, or it's also this concept of phonon emissions for intercellular communications. Photon is light, phonon is sound. This is sound and light signaling causes the stem cell to differentiate, not dependent primarily on DNA. It's depending on the spirit. It's depending on righteousness. It's depending on that narrow way of law. The law is narrow. There's only really one great truth that shall set us free, and it is secreted. And that this basically, in my opinion, is central to what has been secreted. So, it's kind of like, again, what Jesus had said, come out of her, my people, lest you be infected by her insanity, hypocrisy, and the great plagues that are befalling humanity at this point. So that's what really we're engaged in here. And the same model that is active in stem cells and stem cell differentiation, we see playing out time and time again. We see it playing out when there is a sperm that inseminates, fertilizes an egg. You suddenly see an undifferentiated egg explode with zinc, huge light show that's been filmed. And suddenly now zinc, of course, is a great immune booster, but it's also an energetic element. And it explodes out of the fertilized egg. So creates something from nothing. Now, isn't that exactly what the quantum field and 0-point energy and the event horizon or the black hole theory, isn't that what the most advanced science is now indicating? So as we engage with the quantum field and we engage with this plasmonics and the spiritual dynamics of the noble metals, silver and gold, for their capacity to enable communion divine. That's what it is. When the kings of ancient times, you can even look at, yeah, I have to laugh. You look at even President Trump at this point. He has surrounded himself with gold. Everything he touches is gold. Why do you think he's done that? I don't suspect he's stupid. I think he's done it because there's a sacred knowledge that is carried along with that practice, which is consistent with what the rulers of ancient times did. Whether you're talking about the Judeo-Christian rulers, you're looking at what was taking place with the Egyptians, and then you're looking at virtually everything. You look at what Moses was told by God. If you want your people to have a relationship with me, have them put gold and silver on their breastplates. And then that's going to be an indicator of how they trust me. It comes down to contract law, contractual law. Everything in law in the Western world, and I believe also in this metaphysical realm, comes down to contractual law. And so the concept, God made a contract with us. And to sign the contract and to benefit from the contract and the relationship, you not only have to have faith and trust in the relationship and walk that narrow path of righteousness and consciousness, but also it's about having this understanding that this is the way the universe operates. It's never going to lie and cheat and shortchange you. It's not going to do that because it doesn't do that. And so that's what I think is also parallels this information, is the understanding of practical applications of these divine revelations for being all that we can be, for healing miraculously. Because if you, again, consider Creator is the creator of the universe, it's no problem for the Creator to recreate you using sound and light signaling. No problem whatsoever. As a matter of fact, that's one of the practical applications of this intelligence. You can go to healthyworldstore.com, which is my store, and you go to the equipment section and you click open the equipment section, and on the right-hand side, you'll see a green banner. Click on it, and you'll be able to use for free a couple audio tracks that play 528 or 528 plus 417 in a binaural arrangement, as well as scrolling down a little bit, you'll get to a swatch of green color that's 528 green. Fill your iPad screen or your computer screen with that green color, and then play and vibrate your iPad. I like especially the binaural, because what happens is if you use the binaural, your iPad really vibrates vigorously. And so you get this vibration that's going in through your hands. It acts like a virtual Rife machine, a Rife frequency generator, which again has been heavily suppressed technology for many, many decades already. But it's only been suppressed because it's very, very effective. When you talk about not natural healing, but also antimicrobial impacts, of this kind of technology, this is what you're looking at. You're looking at the capability for miraculous healing, eliminating germs from the body. What are viruses? Mostly, they're crystal structures. They're crystalline structures. There's a whole field of science called protein crystallography. Protein crystallography. And it goes into great detail about how all the proteins in our bodies are actually crystals. And if you want to kill a bacteria or a virus, it's another crystal, you shatter it, just like Ella Fitzgerald did years ago with singing a high-pitched note and having her quartz crystal glass shatter. So this is the same concept. You can shatter what is not supposed to be there because it can't stand the light. It can't stand the light and love. It can't stand the frequency therapeutics of that powerful energy. And so this is what this Rife frequency generator appliance that I've posted, and it's there for free. You're welcome to use it and share it. As a matter of fact, I think once you understand this intelligence, you'd be very, very foolish and negligent if you didn't share it, because it's so wonderful and it can help so many different people with so many different conditions. I mentioned there's myriad illnesses that 528 green light has already been associated with healing, miraculous healings. Likewise, there's 3 different independent studies, not mine, researchers internationally took my work on and then began to experiment with 528 sound, just the hertz frequency. And a couple of the different studies showed 100% increase in antioxidant activity. Antioxidant activity, that's a huge immune booster. Well, why is that important and why has it been grossly overlooked? I mentioned earlier that we're living off of oxygen produced by chlorophyll. At the heart of the rainbow, the chlorophyll is resonating at the heart of sunshine, which is 528 nanometers. So the oxygen that we're breathing, that's keeping us alive, is resonating fundamentally at 528 frequency. So there's your love. I mentioned love 528, love the universal healer. You can go back into the Bible and you can study what the scripture has said over and over again. The life is in the blood. Life is in the blood. And what does it mean by that? Basically, the life is in the blood means that your 528 miraculous healing energy produced by chlorophyll that you're breathing and is sustaining you is going through the bloodstream, carried by what? Carried by hemoglobin. Hemoglobin. Wow, hemoglobin. What's the structure of hemoglobin? It's virtually identical to chlorophyll. The only main difference is that with chlorophyll, you have magnesium, which is the green color, but you have with red blood cells and the hemoglobin, you have iron. So you have red blood. So that's the main difference. But structurally, the organic chemistry and the sacred geometry of the actual organic chemistry ring itself, carrying the life in the blood, is basically the same. A lot of people have used ounce per ounce chlorophyll when they can't get blood transfusions. They could use ounce per ounce for blood substitute chlorophyll, and that's been helpful in saving some lives. So that's part and parcel to this magnificent revelation of how everything's integrated. We're talking about, I mean, again, that's why the paper itself is called the Grand Unification Healing Paradigm. So within that grand unification healing paradigm, you have the 528 frequency constant. So now I think you're getting a pretty good overview and appreciation for what it is that I'm saying here and what this paper is relaying. And I'm wondering whether we should probably just take some questions at this point. Let me just share this with you because it's an interesting thing. We draw on gematria, the alphanumerics of the English language. You can see on the screenshot that's on your screen, the magic of math and language. Well, the words in English, in the English gematria, trust, faith, and God are all eights. That's interesting. That's the infinity sign, the eight. And there's a number of revelations that reinforce and corroborate these revelations and the findings in the studies. So you not only have the antioxidant studies, you have increased testosterone levels from just listening to 528 frequency. You have increased protection of chemical toxicity, chemical intoxication, prevention through 528 frequency resonance. That's another study. Those studies are up on medicalveritas.org, medicalveritas.org. But when you start to look at this whole concept of the gematria, now there's an English gematria and there's a Hebrew gematria, and they're important from both perspectives. And some of the revelations that we're advancing now have great revelation having to do with the gematria. Because again, when you think about God's creative language is math, and so how is God communicating with the universe? How am I communicating with you right now? I mentioned it. Frequency resonance. My voice is producing patterns of resonant energy being registered in your brain. And so likewise, the creator creates through the spoken word, which is sound, which is frequency. And so all of the language, we talk about the challenges from confusing languages, great fall of humanity, great divisiveness, divisions between we the people, largely in the Bible story, came about because of the confusion of the languages. As the Tower of Babel was being built, such as what we're witnessing today with artificial intelligence and the expansion of this whole understanding that very, very soon, if it's not already apparent, AI is going to overtake human capabilities and consciousness. And without ethical stewardship, we're in deep caca, deep problems. So I would refer you to a very good video that I did recently. It's up on revolutiontelevision.net. Revolution Television. You spell the whole thing out. Revolutiontelevision.net. And it's called the Mind Blower video. The Mind Blower video. You'll see it right away. It's got a picture of Elon Musk and Grok 3. It deals with Grok 3, Elon Musk's AI. And it's subtitled Elon's AI and God's Healing Energy, God's 528 Healing Energy. It's a great video. Yeah. Goes into great background on this intelligence. But essentially, the language itself is so vitally important. And so when we start to think about language in this greater context of frequency resonance and imparting sacred, secreted meaning in language, God's language particularly, it's just unbelievable revelation, just fantastic revelation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Horowitz. It's amazing. It's fascinating. We don't want you to stop. We want you to go on and on. And I want to say that the mind blower videos I watched, you sent it to me. It's amazing. And I would like everybody, my colleagues, to watch it. So Dr. Horowitz sent it to me, but as he said, you can find it in revolutiontelevision.net. He
Right.
already
Yeah.
uploaded there, and you can watch it. You will learn a lot. You will learn a lot. So, Dr. Horowitz, we don't want you to stop, but we have to, and it's amazing. And any questions from Dr. Horowitz? Because the panel discussion is starting now. From from morning to now, the speakers, and now we are the end of the day, but we have 1 hour of panel discussion. If you have any questions from me, from Dr. Faisal, from Dr. Maria, from Dr. Horowitz, please ask your questions. And let's see, maybe Dr. Horowitz, I don't know if you're staying with us. We love you to stay, but if you have to leave, then anybody has questions from Dr. Horowitz, they can go first.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to take a break. You can hear my voice. It's kind of like...
I know. Please take a break, and but stay with us if you can. We still have a lot, to learn from you. But I think the whole world knows about 528, green light 528, sound music from Dr. Horowitz. So as you see, the green color behind his background is the one that he's talking about.
Yes, exactly.
He has a chlorophyll.
I was thinking about that.
Yes, that's exactly the chlorophyll color that he's putting it always in the background of his, presentations. So, but at the webinar, no, he didn't do it. At the conference, he did it, which is great. So, any questions from Dr. Horowitz? Dr. Horowitz, you can take a break if you want, and you can come back in 5-10 minutes if you like, or it's optional. So.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer a couple questions and then take a break.
Okay. So anybody has questions?
Thank you so much,
Dr.
Horowitz. And yeah, Dr. Angie has a question.
Dr. Horowitz, thank you. What a wonderful presentation. I was sleepy, but I'm awake when you're presented.
I know.
Prof, I want to know how about your opinion, because when I see the structure of melanosome, there is a microtubulus, and between step 1 until step 4, that become very from light melanosome until dark melanosome, but inside of it, there is a microtubulus, full of microtubulus. And how that it is related with the cell development, because as we know, melanin is also as an antioxidant and also for energy harvesting and cell development. What is your perspective, Prof? Thank you.
I apologize. I didn't even get the question.
Okay, so maybe I can say something on this. So he's talking about melanosomes or melanocytes that they producing pigmentations on the cells that starts from like lighter colors, then it becomes darker colors. So, and I think she wants to know if there is any relation between this process of melanosomes to anything else, like the I don't know, it's a green light or something. But to me, it's a completely different processes. So, but if Dr. Horowitz knows anything about it,
let me make a simple question. Why there is a microtubulus inside the melanosome? What is your perspective?
Microtubulus?
Yes, there is a microtubulus inside the melanosome.
That's how you're gonna ask the nature that how did you design it?
No,
I didn't create you, Doctor.
I mean, is there any correlated with the movement or the cell development or any else? Maybe if
there are a lot of organelles. That there are a lot of organelles in the cells that the still science of biology did not find them yet. So And there are a lot of little organelles in the cells, just in the plasma of the cells, one cells, that they don't know their biological functions. And microtubules of this that you can find it in any cells, these are organelles, and they all have functions, and they collaborate with everything in one cell in order to produce something or to process something. So there is no reasons to question, not to know about it, but if you cannot find it in any scientific literature, maybe the science of biology is in shortfall. So, but they all have a function to do. So, because the cells is the same little cosmos and works like holistically, and they're all together. So, yeah. Next question.
Thank you, Prof.
Any questions?
Thank you for helping me out.
Yes, we are a team here. If I'm stuck, please somebody help me. We are yes. Let's